Hey, what's up with it? What's up with it? What's up with it? Throw my headphones on real quick. What's up, guys? I'm just trying to check some the new overlays and stuff and kind of mess with some of the audio levels and all that fun stuff. So just hanging out, nothing specific. Hey. Life free? Life free, thanks for the follow, man. I need to figure out, is that, so I have my alert turned like way down, like volume wise. But that alert is always super loud for me. I don't know if that's loud for you guys. I'm pretty excited though that doing that most recent masterclass, the one that I just posted, is got me really excited to try out some new stuff in Raid, because I think those changes are gonna be pretty significant in our overall like DPS output. I'm curious to mess with it. What's up, Cavito? Yeah, doing some coffer. I haven't been doing Insidious, but I've just been doing coffer runs. I'm pretty stoked because we got really lucky. Someone had posted up a bunch of coffer key auctions for like a 2 gold buyout for the stack, but then they put the bid at like 1 silver or like 85 copper. They did it like a couple different ways, and I just bid on all of them. And I won like probably 20 stacks of coffer keys for 1 silver a stack. So now I just have to go through and get rid of some of these keys, because I have so many coffer keys, because I do that kind of stuff all the time where I like either bid or I'll buy them when they're really cheap, and I just buy whatever is really cheap at the time, and then end up having to go through all the keys that we used. So slowly but surely we're making some progress. It's super interesting and led me to realize Wrath is better for me than Starfire per the Excel sheet. Nice, man. I'm glad that hopefully it was helpful, gave you some helpful info. But yeah, man, Wrath is really good in open world content. The only exception is the Curse of Shadows debuff, but I didn't really think much of it or ever really pay too much attention to it before, because I was just, it's like for your normal rotation, it's just kind of known. Everyone just assumes like, yeah, you just Starfire all the time. And I didn't really think about it, at least to a point where I was looking to see if Curse of Shadows is on a target and really even like factoring that in at all. And now I'm way more aware of it now. But there's so many situations where you don't have multiple warlocks in any group, whether it's open world, like even if it's like the world bosses in Silithus, or it's like, ZG, even like the last ZG I ran, there was 1 warlock in the group. So like there's so many times where you don't have Curse of Shadows. Like granted, most 40-man raids you will, but what percentage of your playtime is inside those raiding environments, So if it's helpful information or relevant information for 95% of the time you're playing, I feel like it's useful, you know what I mean? For the weapon from tribute chest, just type /join world. Join. Luckily I have multiple so I can utilize Curse of Shadows. Yeah. I mean, it's we usually do it as well in our 40-man raid at least. And most guilds do generally, because you want multiple curses, you want the banishes for certain fights. So it's pretty common to have 3 or 4 warlocks in a raid. But like when AQ20 comes out, there'll be plenty of times where there's not a Curse of Shadows. You know, like they're prioritizing Curse of Recklessness for all the warriors and the rogues, or, you know, whatever the case is. So it's not universally going to be relevant or necessarily like always like you're wanting to cast Wrath, but I thought it was interesting too. Doing the, it's always funny because I always go in all of those masterclass videos that I've done, like they're very long, but there's a good chunk. I mean, each of those is probably 2 or 3 hours of sitting there, like going through all the math to really understand what the numbers are saying and make sure that it's right. Every single one of those, I've gone into it, and what I've learned at the end is slightly different, or there's variance in kind of the findings, or what my understanding is from the start to the finish has not ever been the same. Like I go in thinking like, oh, this is for sure going to be better. This is for sure going to be better. This is going to be really different. And the amount of stuff that I've learned from just doing that by myself, like even if no one watched any of those or found those valuable, I've actually learned a lot by just having to make those, because it really forces me to go through the math and really make sure I understand whatever the topic or comparison is. But I'm hyped on that most recent one that I posted for Moonfire. I kind of always just thought like Moonfire was more damage, but not by a lot, and it was super mana inefficient and all this stuff. But figuring out the biggest value to me is being able to, I think, hypothetically, being able to like combine it with Toep, and then be able to basically snapshot at the beginning. Kind of, it's like not really snapshotting, but cast it right at the beginning with the macro so that you guaranteed get the bonus damage on your first Moonfire. And then the fact that Toep's duration lasts just long enough for you to snapshot a second one at the end will give you really reliable high DPS in that window. Whereas otherwise you're kind of banking on Starfire critting, you know? And if Starfire crits, don't get me wrong, it's a great feeling. But if you're not world buffed and stuff like that, it's not reliable. Like just having 10, 15, 10, 12% crit chance unbuffed is not enough to really have any reasonable likelihood that you're going to continually crit whenever you have Toep up. So pretty excited about figuring that out, where shorter fights we can pop Moonfire twice during Toep, and I think it's going to be really significant DPS gain overall. I'm in one of the guilds that doesn't give loot to Moonkins before mages. So how does that like work? Do they, as I was talking with some people in my guild, last night, and they're like, what do you mean? Like they don't like let people roll? I was like, yeah, there's plenty of people that tell me they aren't, like they can't have loot, like they can't have loot prio on anything. They just tell you like, hey, you can raid with us, but you can't get any loot. Mages is kind of a weird one too, because I feel like warlocks kind of could make sense because we're kind of in the same boat as far as hit rating. But I feel like mages have the talents to help with hit rating, so hit's not that it's not as valuable, but they gain hit from talents. So them needing hit gear is not as important as it is for like a warlock, or it is for balanced druids. I feel like mage is a weird one to have that criteria on. We'll see though too. Maybe it'll change a lot in AQ. People start specking fire and stuff. Like maybe mages just pop off like crazy. I don't know. I don't know that much about. This is a weird timing. All this stuff just merges at the same time. But I haven't looked too much into any of the other casters, honestly, for like AQ and that stuff. Mages already have 8 and 8. Yeah, I don't know if it does it translate exactly to like 8% spell hit? Because I know it's like reduces the chance for spells to miss, but that's not necessarily like spell hit, right? I thought it was like equated to like 6% hit. I could be wrong though. I don't really know that much about mages, to be honest. All I know is they like our Moonkin aura. Oh, that's right. 2 from the ZG enchant. Yeah, that's true. Exactly. I didn't even think about that. I mean, that's like even more so to my point, right? I still need to mess with the alerts because my alerts are like bugged out. I can't figure out how to. I can't figure out. We got this new. I still need to mess with some of this stuff because I had the guy make some changes on this overlay, but I wanted to make sure all this stuff is like all working. But I can't. My alerts are kind of bugged out a little bit. It's gonna be a whole little. I'm gonna have to like Google a bunch of stuff to try and figure out how to do all that. Oh, the trail phase with your guild. I gotcha. Yeah. So we kind of do that too, where we have like trials and they have to pass against like the main raiders kind of thing. But if you, I mean, like if you're going to raid, if you're still newer and you go to raid and you have like full consumes, if you're really try harder, flasks are cheap on your server. It's always fun to go into that type of stuff and then like beat the other more meta casters. Like go into a pug. Like the ZG pug I went in. So we won. We had a big come up yesterday, guys. We got, I don't have it on right now, but we got Zanzil's seal. So this is gonna be actually really, really good for us for raid. This extra 1%. But I won the roll against a mage, and he was really mad because this ring is also decent, but obviously spell hit is better. It's like it's no comparison. So he was really, really salty the fact that I rolled on the ring and won it in this pug, and that I had like a decent ring. Mind you, the fight before I got this ring, I also beat him in damage, so I didn't feel that bad. This week I got full Bloodvine, full consumes and world buffs, and got set for raid. Oh man, that's a bummer. It's the same level as like getting world buffs and then jumping to go down into Molten Core and accidentally hitting the ledge and dying. What's up, Andrew? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to see you, dude. We got the new Twitch overlay. Andrew, you will appreciate this because this has been, I don't even remember when I first started the whole YouTube channel stuff, but it's been like 2 years. Has it been that long? Probably 2 years. We got the new overlay. You want me to show you guys our screens that we got? Our I guess, what do you call it? Screens? I don't know. Making Twitch work. Okay, so look at this, right? So some of you guys don't know this because I don't talk about it that much. I play on an ultra wide monitor. So there's portions of my screen that you guys cannot see. So that's why, like, if I pull up my character screen, why this is like off the screen for you guys is because my monitor is actually way bigger. So there was no clean way for me to like easily show that. But let me show you. Let me take you through. I'm gonna take you guys through the screens that we have because I'm really excited about this because I think they turned out good. So mind you, I had the guy, he messed up. He like swapped the YouTube name and the Twitch name. So we're still working out like some little minor kinks, but the basic idea is the same, right? So we have intermission. He also made that transition for me, which is sick. Intermission. I still got to figure out how to like link chat to this because I'm not good with OBS. Wait, let's see. Does it work? Do I have it linked right now? It says there's a chat box there. If you guys type, does something pop up? Can we get some trial? Oh, there it is, dude. Hey, pop. That's pretty cool. So we got this set up. So I'm gonna have to mess with this a little bit and kind of get the hang of it because I still got to set up all of the alerts and little follower things and all that stuff. I don't know how to do any of that. But with the ultra wide monitor, now if we're doing content, you guys can see the actual full monitor. Everything still looks good and clean. Granted, part of the screen is just the kind of screen in the background, but there's not a way to do it without messing up the overall resolution of the stream. But it's pretty cool. So if we're doing stuff and like quest text is relevant or things like that, we can just swap to this mode so that you guys are able to see everything and it still looks clean. I don't know. Pretty exciting stuff, man. I'm pretty hyped on it. I like how clean it is and it's like it's not too overwhelming. You like it ultra wide? You like it zoomed out? I'm trying to keep it ultra wide for a little bit. And I'm gonna set up the little notifications. I had him change so like at the bottom, where is it for you guys? Right, the stuff over here, down there, the like latest sub, all that stuff. I'm gonna have him put that text in white because it's not very visible with it being like that dark purple color. Ultra wide's nice. Yeah, I mean, I love ultra wide. I love playing on this monitor. It's amazing. But before I didn't have there wasn't a clean way to have it ultra wide and still have it scaled ratio wise to what you guys are doing. But the ultra wide stuff actually looks really good in certain like open world content, like when you're in Silithus and stuff, and that's like the actual zone is like a cool looking zone. What map add-on do I use? This is called Sexy Map. Sexy Map, and it's by default is it's really easy to set up. You just like right click it and you can unlock or lock and like drag it around, and then it has these presets already done, so you just click which preset you like. So like we see if I right click it, Sexy Map, you can lock or unlock it, and then there's default presets. I don't want to mess it up, but I think this is like rustic or simple square or something like that. It's one of these ones down here, but you can do that, and it default kind of changes everything just to match, and it's really clean. How much money do I make per hour doing this? I make zero. I make literally no money doing any of this stuff yet. No money doing any of it yet. But honestly, I enjoy doing it a lot. Quarantine has a lot of downtime going on right now. And if I could get to a point where I was able to make money doing it, I would love to do it more. You know what I mean? It's fun. I dig all the YouTube stuff, and I've done other channels and stuff in the past as well. But ad revenue is like nothing. Ad revenue, it's hard honestly to say too, because I just got partnered like 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. Hey, thanks for the sub, homie. I appreciate it, dude. The Twitch Prime, you're the man. Thanks so much, man. But ad revenue is really, really different depending on what type of content you're doing, if that makes sense. Oh, you mean these runs? That makes more sense. Probably, so I would say per lockout, because per hour is not really a good representation, because per lockout takes like 35-40 minutes. I make probably 35 to 40 gold per lockout pretty consistently. Give or take a couple gold, just depending on RNG of drops. If you get, any BOE blues, it'll go up. But you make about 5 to 7 gold, I would say, on average per run. And then you do 5 runs in one lockout. That can take about 35-40 minutes. But you see, like, if you guys watch the streams or any of the videos, like in sequence, you'll see like I'm not getting a ton of gold very fast, but each time I stream I'll have another 100 gold than I had last time or whatever. So I just kind of chip away at it, where we just hop in and I'll do like a lockout of these. It's easy. These are great too, because I love watching like just videos or whatever on my other monitor. So these are great kind of like half AFK farms where I don't have to really worry about it. How do I say your name, man? Lifefree? Is that how you say it? Lifefree? How was work, Andrew? Did you have a busy day? It's Saturday, right? So that's kind of good. He literally did 0 damage to me. It's pretty OP. But so that's what I think is going to be kind of my next opener here is we're going to do Wrath. And I have a macro that's Toep into Moonfire. So it's instantaneous, but the Moonfire gains the benefit of Toep. And then that will ensure a really high chance of us getting Nature's Grace in the first cast. The first cast of Starfire, I should say. Leaf Ray. Leaf Ray it is. We'll go with Leaf Ray. Yeah, man. So our gear, though, I'm really excited. It's nice when I'm playing with this, like this ultra wide like this, because I don't have to tab this stuff over so you guys can see it. But so if we swap to our, I need to mess with this because we've gotten a couple upgrades on this. But if we pop to our boss gear, this is the setup I would run. A lot of scenarios, I'm going to run Zandalari Hero Charm. So it's a little bit skewed because it looks like we're lower in our spell power, but we have 2 unused trinkets, right? But look, 12% spell hit. We're at 12% spell hit already without the offhand, without the cloak. Pretty hyped. Without tier, dude, if we get those pieces, we'd be at hit cap. Tier would be another 2%. Offhand's 1%. And the cloak would be 1%. Obviously, I've mentioned it a bunch. There's other pieces that I'd want preferably, but the fact that we will have the option of having a hit cap set pretty soon is pretty exciting. I'm looking forward to that. It's gonna be fun. Let's see, we're gonna do some I'm gonna head down to Cenarian Hold and do some of that here in a minute. But yeah, I'll keep it ultra wide. You guys can see what it looks like on like when we head down to Cenarian or like when we're flying over Ungora and stuff like that. It's really cool, man. The zones that are aesthetically like really attractive look so cool on the ultra wide, man. Definitely recommend it. I wonder how I can convince my guild to let me Moonfire in the debuff slot. So, do you have how many warlocks do you have in your raid group? Hey, what's up with it, Mikey? Mikey, look at our new Twitch overlay, dude. It's pretty sup with it, huh? Dude, I almost texted you guys last night to see if you guys wanted to play any COD. No one wanted to play any games with me, dude. We should play some COD tonight. Sorry, trying to reply to like 3 or 4 depending on how many people show. So one thing I don't know, this is something I need to look up because I'm not that familiar with it, is how stuff like deep wounds, for example, works when it comes to debuff slots. Because like if you see a lot of times you'll have 3 or 4 deep wounds stacked on a boss, and I know those are low priority debuffs, but do those push off things like corruption or like Moonfire, for example? Do any of you guys know? That's kind of like a big one because in our raid, there's plenty of times where we're not at 16 debuff slots. I don't know how much of that is people just slacking or how much of that is just kind of inevitably uptime of certain debuffs is going to like fall off or whatever. Because if you have Thunder Fury, that's basically your Thunderclap. You have Fairy Fire, Sunder. You have a handful of curses. And you have one Shadow Priest. And then what? Then your last 6 slots or what? Like, you could, I think, potentially have 4 or 5 corruptions in most scenarios. And I would think that Deep Wounds would knock it off, but I also don't know that for sure. We're at... We can see if we can do one more lockout. I think this kind of trips out sometimes. Sometimes it's like one off. Like I've had plenty of times I've run in and it says you've been saved to 6 instances. Not sure, but we do have Thunder Fury as well. Yeah, so Thunder Fury just takes up, I mean, I guess it takes up 2 technically, but one of those is what would be like your Thunderclap debuff, right? So it's like, that's a wash. And my mid-raid Warlocks are not allowed to cast Corruptions? Really? I feel like you would never have like debuff slots. What other debuff slots do you have? Are you guys really try hard with like Annihilator and Nightfall and stuff like that, or? I feel like if you have no corruptions, you're inevitably going to have like 4 or 5 debuff slots always open. Maybe not though. I'm excited though tomorrow. So we had one of our Warlocks switched and he's playing Shaman now. So we only have 3 Warlocks. So I think we're only gonna have 3 Warlocks, which means we should... I have to go back and look at the list or see what our raid comp is, but I believe we had 4 slots for Corruption. So if we only have 3 Warlocks now, that means I can have one of the slots for Moonfire. So I'm excited to try it out for Molten Core. Let's see, do we think we're locked? Ah, we're locked. So then I go ahead and I throw on the gadget engineering trinket. Kill this guy. He's AFK. Get him. Oh, he bubbled. What is that? I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. Hopefully, are we going to be in the air? Are we going to fall to our death? Oh my God. It happened. The trinket malfunctioned. We'll try Nightfall this week. Mages were complaining because Winter's Chill debuff was always deleted. Really? I don't feel like we ever have that issue, and I know we keep a couple. I'm going to pay more attention to it. Honestly, I don't really pay, of all the other stuff kind of going on during raid, I don't really pay that much attention. It's like Fairy Fire and then just spam Starfire, so I haven't really been worried about it, but I'm going to pay more attention to it this week, especially in Molten Core. It's mad how crit dependent we are. I put a video in your Discord where I got 64% crit on Flame Gore. 64, like you had over that fight, you crit 64% of the time? Philo, is that what you're saying? That's insane, dude. How was your parse? Did you parse like crazy high? Do you know what arcane bombs are? Yeah, that's the silencing engineering bomb, right? Oboe. They're really expensive. Don't they cost like an Arcanite bar or something to make? I thought I remember them being really, really expensive, but they're super OP in like group PvP because it does damage and then like silences everyone in the radius of the bomb for 5 seconds or something nuts. Should I sell this? What the hell should I do with that backpack? See, like, so in that start to finish, we made somewhere around like 30 gold or so. Let me show you guys my mail though. So these are all keys. We got these keys for literally 1 silver bid. I need to go through and like clean out my bags in my mailbox and stuff. I have so much extra stuff. I keep kind of like just procrastinating on all of it by just mailing shit to other characters. Okay, so all of these keys, mind you, I picked up like 4 stacks of 20. All of these keys, all 3 of these pages were 1 silver buyout for 20 keys. I'm so unnecessarily hyped about that. I'm so stoked on getting that many keys for so cheap is huge. We see like we lost a couple bids here, but these are 1 silver, 10 copper, and then we won all the other bids. Someone's like, I just want 2 stacks. You came in number 2 in the world on that fight? Dude, with 64% crit, you better come in number 2 in the world. That's insane, man. Congrats on that. That's awesome. First 20 seconds of your recent video, you mentioned Moonfire versus Insect Swarm. Well, so I don't really know exactly what you mean by that, but I was initially, the idea was to see if Insect Swarm compared at all. And basically at the very beginning of the math, you can see that it doesn't really compare from a damage output, but then later on in the video, I talk about that it is really, really good for overall mana efficiency. And it's still actually good damage compared to Starfire. But Moonfire is significantly better, maybe way later on in Classic when we can get more and more spell power. It'll be a little bit different, but I don't think so. I don't think it will be like from a DPS perspective. But there wasn't, that wouldn't be an editing error, it'd be a recording error. I didn't really edit anything in that video at all. I just added some like music to the back. 612 DPS, Jesus, man. Yeah, one Arcanite bar for 3 of the bombs, yeah. But they're super OP, right? They're like silences for 5 seconds or something in the AoE spot where it blows up, right? Does damage equivalent to half the amount of mana it drains. And then silences for 5 seconds, yeah. Super OP. They're amazing for like world PvP type situations, like group PvP and open world stuff. They're absolutely insane. Representing the boomies, of course, man. Glad to see good boom contributor putting content out there. Hey, I appreciate that, man. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the content because I have a lot of fun making it, and I'm glad people are also enjoying it. The Discord has been really cool too. That was something that kind of started off as just like a concept. I thought maybe a handful of people would join, and the amount of people not only joining but like contributing is, I guess, what's like really cool to me on that. It's really sick that so many people are kind of putting their heads together on different stuff. It's awesome to see. But see, like, how cool, dude, how clean does this look? If here, we can turn our graphics up too. We play the ultra wide. We had the UI. It's sick, huh? It's like a movie. I don't know, man. I dig it. The ultra wide just looks so clean on some of the zones. Hoping we get arena. We won't get arena in Classic, I'll tell you that. But we'll. I'm looking forward to TBC. They still haven't announced it, which is a little weird, but keeping my fingers crossed. I'm hopeful that they're going to announce. Hopefully they're going to announce it. I'm excited though for Arena too. I'm excited. TBC will be fun. Arena will be fun. I'm really looking forward to these later phases because there's a lot of really good gear in these later phases, and I'm really excited to test out and mess with stuff in these later phases because the earlier content has more information, right? All the earlier content has been played and it's more accessible to more people. So there's more information on like performance and balanced druids in general and all this different stuff. AQ and Nax, that type of stuff has not been experienced by that many people playing balanced druid. So the information on those later items and just later content in general is much less. So I'm really looking forward to trying a lot of that stuff out. Does Insect Swarm, in your opinion, affect bosses? Like the hit? Is that what you mean? Like the hit reduction? I would think that it does. I'm assuming that's what you mean. I would think that it does. But I still don't think it's really worth the debuff slot in most situations because it's so RNG. Okay, hold on. Let's grab these and kind of organize these a little bit. It's kind of cool that we have this set up though, so you guys can see the ultra wide, so you guys can see my whole setup. We'll grab these two, grab one more of these, and I need 2 more shoulders. Take these 2. So what I really need, I think mostly is the, let me, is Loopy getting killed? Why does he have, hold on, Loopy, we're coming! What happened? Oh, this idiot. Watch this. We're going to kill this guy. I'll throw on this ring. Watch this. This guy does not know we're here. He might have seen us there in stealth. If we stand over here, the guards won't kill us, though. Oh. Oh, bitch. It's a bad idea. Bitch. We avenged Loopy. Oh, Eric, you're a Moody Wisp? Malik with the follow. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Will I be Moonkin in BC? I definitely will. I definitely will play balance in BC exactly. So here's Druid and Shaman are the 2 that I am really like interested in playing. Bumpkin. Hey, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. We'll just hearth here. But balance and Shaman are the 2 that seem fun. Enhance seems really cool, but I played Shaman back in the day, so I'm less interested in playing that. Like I kind of want to play something new, and I've been having so much fun with Balance Druid. So right now my plan is to go and play Balance come TBC and main Balance Druid in that expansion as well. All right, I'm trying to see, guys, if I have. So here's some signets. Let's move some of this stuff so I don't get mixed up. Need to clean. See, like our bags are just messy, man. We just have so much stuff. Oh shoot, I messed that up. I shouldn't have grabbed those. I should have just returned them. Okay, return. 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 This is the tricks of the trade, guys, when you literally just have no more bag space. you just use the mail system, because we can just return all that stuff, and now it's instantly back over on my other character. Let's swap back over. Sorry, let me catch up with chat really quick. Amazing for dealing with multi-boxers. That's a good point. With those arcane bombs, yeah, that would be really OP. Especially because most of the multi-boxers are all casters, right? It's like all like mages or Ellie shamans or classes with mana. So we don't need signets because we have those. Grab these. We kind of need shards. Okay, should be okay for now. I got a question about TBC and heavily related towards questions of how we wanted TBC. Yeah, I heard about that questionnaire. I didn't look at any of the questions though, but I would be surprised with how big of a success Classic was. I feel like it would be very stupid of Blizzard to not introduce TBC, because it'd be minimal work for them, and it's something they know is already going to be received really well just based off how Classic has been. And I mean, it's just like it's a home run, right? It's for sure going to be good. Okay, let me catch up on chat really quick. Hold on. I'm reading slow, guys. I'm sorry. Really like your content. It got Mish under, so I'm really happy. Nice, Sean. Thanks, man. I appreciate the kind words, man. It's nice of you. Super hyped you got that. That's sick. I'm jealous. Arguably what's wrong is we'll min-max set up in terms of tanking, 2% block, blah, 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 5% hit. Yeah, so, well, it's not 5% hit. You're talking about Insect Swarm, right? So what you're saying is you would think it would be really good because of the amount of mitigation, but it's 2% chance to hit, right? Decreases the chance to hit by 2%. It's not that that's bad, but the way bosses work, it's kind of confusing, but the hit tables and stuff are all fixed, and there's like a certain percentage things have to happen. That's why things like crit cap exist and hit cap exist, because you can't get over 100%, right? It caps out at a certain point. I don't know how Insect Swarm interacts with all of that stuff. So 2% sounds good, but it's also kind of RNG, right? Because it's not like reduces the boss's damage by 2%. It's like a 2% chance to miss. So part of the time you're still gonna have the same issue, kind of, if that makes sense. It's definitely not bad, but I don't think it's necessarily worth the debuff slot or worth trying to upkeep. Dude, it's a 12-second buff. You have to cast that a ton of times to have that up for a significant portion of the fight, you know what I mean? And most bosses generally have a 2.5 second swing timer. Generally. It's not always the same, but that's kind of generally how bosses' swing timers work. Wish we had allies on our server. You don't have any alliance on your server? What server do you play on, Frank? Oh, let's put it on group loot. Or free for all. Alright guys, we gotta recruit. We need to try and find a do we got our other friends here? No one's online. It's 1:15 a.m. and I'm half drunk. Hey, no worries. I feel it. Quarantine life, dude. I feel like I drink way more alcohol now that quarantine's going on than before. Multiboxer does a full party of different classes. That's some serious commitment, dude. Chomp, does he raid with you guys? That multi-boxer? Warrior, priest, mage, warlock, shaman. I feel like that would be so hard to play effectively. Like, what do you... like, what abilities do you match? Like, what do you cast on the priest that is also the thing you're casting on a warrior that's also the thing? Like, how does that even work? TBC should just copy your character with a 2,000 gold limit. Gold limit's not a bad idea. I definitely think they should copy characters. I've talked about this a bunch, but I think that's what I agree with that. There should be character copy for sure. Thalnos. So you're on Thalnos and... oh, shit. Shit, guys. I'm stuck in Hodge. I wasn't looking. God damn it. Alright, now it's time to mess these guys up. Hodge is OP, dude. Hodge is the most tilting CC. And of course, Loopy could have just dispelled it off me, but... He's a noob, so he didn't. Yeah, I think they would have to have some kind of a gold cap or have no gold transfer or something. It would that the gold is kind of an issue because it would really skew. I don't have any water. It would really skew the early economy, right? Because it basically, for all intents and purposes, would be kind of like a brand new server because there's no existing economy. I don't know. That's an interesting thing. But economy aside, I definitely agree that they should make it where you would duplicate. So you could, like, you'd have, like, for example, if I play on Herod, there's, like, Herod, and then there's Herod TBC. And it would just copy my characters over. Because I want them to keep Classic at the Nax patch, right? And keep it there. So, like, in 2 years, if I wanted to come back and then raid Nax, I could actually do that and come back and play the end of Classic WoW. Or if I wanted to make an alt, because once Classic's gone, like, they're not going to re-release Classic again. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't want to lose Classic. I want to play TBC, and I don't want to necessarily play them both at the same time, but I could definitely see when there's downtime, like right now, if this was retail, and there's not really anything super time sensitive that I'm doing, I'm like, oh, I want to go play Classic. I actually hate Hodge. I know Hodge is rough. I also don't have my PvP trinket in my bags, which also kind of sucks. What are these guys just running around? There's 4 of them. Sean DePaul. All right, I have faith in us. We can kill these guys if we have a group. Okay, let's see if we can get... I'm going to join Discord with them in a second. Loopy really did not want a world PvP. I was trying to get him to go world PvP. He didn't want to do it. It's happening. Only bound items would be allowed to copy. That's what I agree with that. Where you can't, it's the extent of the gold you could transfer would be if you vendored all your gear. And it's only stuff that you're bound, like mats wouldn't transfer. I think that makes the most sense. Yeah, and have some kind of gold limit or something. That, I mean, the main thing I don't really care that much about the gold. If they had you transfer with no gold and like no items outside of your gear, I would be fine with that. As long as they kept Classic where you could go back and play Classic. That's like a way more important thing to me than what shit you get when you transfer over, because it's all going to be kind of like the items and stuff you have in Classic versus once you're level capped in TBC are going to be basically irrelevant. Like, it doesn't really matter. The only benefit would be having some kind of like gold lead to be able to kind of mess with like the economy. I think they said they wouldn't copy because of gold issues. I know. I think there's ways that they're going to figure it out, though. Are you guys all in the same Discord? Are you playing Valorant, Ryan? Are you guys hanging out? Are we all going to be gamer friends? No, you're playing Valorant, noob. It's like old school RuneScape. People want a fresh start again. I mean, there's so many different ways they could do it that I think all of them would be decent, you know? Some would be better than others, but I think it's very hard to... There's going to be pros and cons to no matter how you do it, you know what I mean? It's going to be very hard to make sure it's like foolproof, fair, no matter what. Damn, dude. Am I lagging? Why did that guy live? I'm gonna hop in Discord with these guys real quick with Loopy and... I'm a little worried if I summon any of these guys that I'm gonna get jumped by... Do you have any water? Going for rank 14? Damn, dude. Good luck. That is a big commitment. I added this little weak ore here to show Nature's Grace procs. All right, let's join Discord with these guys. Loopy, are you ready to world PvP?
God, fuck this, dude. I don't have mage water. Those 2 fucking hunters just kept being viper stung that whole stupid ass.
I was just stunned 100% of that whole
Yeah,
encounter.
I tried to heal you, but then the second I shielded you, I was like, oh, I'm out of mana.
Oh shit! Shit!
Oh, I have a viper
They're here! They're here!
Oh, God. Summoned at the
God,
wrong time.
dispel me! Dispel me! Dispel me!
Short range.
I knew this was gonna happen.
Yeah, why'd you summon it?
Well, I didn't think they were still just sitting around that fucking corner. This guy's... Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck just slept me? What was that? How did I get slept?
Like, incapacitated for like 30 seconds. I think that boss does something like that. Or maybe they have an engineering item? I don't fucking know.
That sleeps you? It's like I got nature swiftness hibernated.
River instinct. Or you got hibernated?
Nature's Grace weak ore would be super helpful. Yeah, I need to that's another little project I need to kind of mess with, is get my weak ores up on the Discord. The macros are easy because I can just copy paste them, but the weak ores is like such a long string of... Dude, what are these losers doing, dude? These guys are just running around just trying to find like 2 people to pick off.
Yeah, very rude. We need like 3 more people. And we should be able to kill them. Where's Dan?
Yeah, no, let's spam general.
Of course, our ragtag team here is 2 healers and then a boomkin. Great.
Hey man, the boomkin's not the problem, right?
Okay. That's why I said you laughed. 2 healers.
Wow, they're just waiting. I know. I don't know what those guys are doing. Yeah, man. The problem is, Herod is mostly horde, but the alliance just run around in these like massive squads in like a group. Like I've had plenty of times where it's just a group, like a way bigger group than us. It'll be like this, like 3 versus 5 or 3 versus 10, and these guys just come and they just run around and they are so used to just getting wrecked all the time because they generally are not winning open world stuff. This guy probably has shitty mage water. Oh, we lost that tag though, that's annoying. I don't want to do that again if... If we just invite a couple of these guys, we'll be fine. He's in a group. Leave group. Surprised there isn't more horde in Silithus. Yeah, it actually hasn't been that many horde in here outside of doing the raid, these guys, the lords or whatever these are called, like the world boss guys or the raid group guys. Outside of that, it's not really that busy, and I think honestly the alliance are worried about once it gets closer to phase 5 that this stuff's going to be harder to farm, so there's a lot more often There'll be horde people out here. There's more often alliance groups, like guild groups of alliance farming this stuff. Bah. Would you take 21 arcade damage cloak over Saffron's? No, I would not.
Ally. Just the one rogue attacking some horde.
Who? If it was me, I would not. Because Saffron has 21... Miss Jackson? Oh, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Of course. But Saffron's drape has 17 int on it. No, I really like value that kind of stuff. It's not like if you're in a short fight, higher spell power will do more damage. I'm fine doing a raid. Do you guys mind if we do a raid?
Like a raid group?
Yeah, let's invite this guy.
You only get
You should have to tag.
things you tag, right?
Yeah, so just like rank 1 dot everything. So this stuff is a guild effort kind of thing, yeah, but I mean I've done most of this in like random groups, but it's definitely group stuff helps a lot. Like it's been groups of the same people. It hasn't been like our guild necessarily out here doing stuff, but like we're out here and it's like the same handful of guys are out here like really grinding the rep, and then you just keep grouping with them over and over again. It's fun, man. I actually like this stuff though. This is like because I mean, I never got to play this kind of stuff during the original game, you know, so getting to kind of do this stuff is pretty, it's just like new content to me. I feel like I need to have my head on a swivel for these alliance to come up. Won't he just bubble hearth the pally? I mean, we won't really bubble hearth because they'll be a pain in the ass for him to get back here, but he definitely could. Definitely could. I'm down to see Ali every 2 to 3 weeks. I don't even kill them. It's like killing a unicorn. It's a good analogy. All right, let's buff everyone here. All right, now we're ready, guys. If a squad of alliance comes up, I think we have a fighting chance. What's up, Savage? How you doing, man? How you doing? How you doing? We almost have our set back. Ali? Oh, they're here. They're here. They're here. Oh, shit. We have no mana. Okay, I'm gonna hibernate this guy. Shit. Why are these guys all on me? Dispel me! Dispel me! I dazed the hunter. I can't really do much against a pally though, to be honest.
I mean, can't really do anything. They just keep me Viper stung, so I'm boom this whole fucking time.
I don't know where to run either. How is he sleeping? Oh, is he using that fucking PvP shit?
By Wyvern Sting.
Are you kidding me? You resisted that? I have no mana.
Me neither.
This is so stupid.
Yeah.
Doing some PvP, nice, man. It'd be fun to get some fair PvP, dude. It's not fun getting jumped when you're at 18% mana and being outnumbered, but we'll see. We'll get some good fights here. Literally as we were trading for water there. Pallies are tough, man. How do you guys deal with Pally? Like, I feel like every time I fight a Pally, I just am like, okay, I'm not going to kill you. You're not going to kill me. It's just like a stalemate. It's like they can survive and they heal themselves up for such low mana, and then they can dispel all your damage. So you can't really deal damage to them. They don't do enough damage back to you to really kill you. Like, you can just heal yourself. They don't have a way of interrupting you outside of Hodge. It's a really stupid matchup. It's like the slowest. It's like watching molasses. Lion's favorite tactic. All right, guys, they're out of mana now. Go, 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 go. Don't even fight him, just ignore him. Yeah, I feel like... I don't know how that guy was keeping up with me running around. He was like running as fast as me in travel form. That makes no sense. I don't know why he was so fast. Like, that Pally was still keeping up. I really want to just go up and jump them, like jump them while they're mid-fight rather than them coming when we're all like half health and no mana. I'm sure they're up here at this northwest camp probably. Right here. What is going on? Why is it... Bitch, get the fuck out of here. Where's this Pally? Why are there guards attacking me? What the fuck? What? Cenarian guards? There's no way they'll tether to me way over here, right?
Where the hell did these guards come from?
And that's what I'm just saying right now. What the fuck? I'm still in combat. I'm really far away too.
They're like just murdering me. Oh my god.
The guards?
Fuck, killed me. Yeah.
You think if I run all the way to this other camp, they'll chase me all the way over here?
With what's been happening, yes, probably. This is fucking stupid.
We're out of combat. There has to be engineering stuff. Yeah, there is a bunch of engineering stuff. I just don't have it. Shit. Watch, these guys are... God damn it, dude. Of course. Alright, guys, let's 3v1 him. Let's not have a fair fight that's a 1v1 versus the hunter and the... Let's not have a 1v1, guys. 3v1. 3v1 into the Hodge. Let's do it. Much skill. I know there is a lot of engineering stuff for sure. I don't have that much stuff on me, though, because we run out of fucking bag space. Slowly but surely, my Moonkin is forming. Can't wait. How did the Moonkin tanking go? I haven't been able to check. I haven't Moonkin tanked anything in a while. But it was fun. It went well as far as like 5-mins and stuff when we were doing that. It was fun. Mix it up. What's up, Leprechaun? How you doing, man? Good to see you back.
When they're yelling at you to convert it to a party.
Oh. So the guards didn't aggro to me, but all those guys rezzed and they just 3v1'd me over here.
Oh. Well, that's dumb.
Super impressive, right?
Yeah, they're very good at this game.
Yeah. The hunter named his character Legolas X Goku.
Hunters have like the worst.
Legolas X Goku. Like the fuck?
There's a horde hunter in our server that sells buffs sometimes. His name is Legolas USA. Like what the fuck?
It's on FFA now.
I don't really care. These guys care.
God damn it. Can I just get some mage water? I'm gonna run out of fucking mana. Oh, and the dude that left is the level 60 mage.
Right.
Your Boomy's level 60? Grats, man. That's awesome. With the full Bloodvine set. There you go. There you go. There you go. How often do I play guitar?
Music, blessed sunfruit.
I don't really play that much guitar, honestly. I play... So,
Starved, I am.
the stuff behind me are... I'll show you guys on this screen. You can see, I think it's more zoomed in. Those are all ukuleles back there. Little ukuleles hanging on the wall. And then I have some guitar. I have a little piano, little like keyboard thing. Can you guys see this? Little keyboard. Over here, like my other side, we got some Ableton, some other stuff kind of set up. But I don't really play it that much. I need to play more. I jam on the ukulele more just because it's like smaller. It's a little bit easier to... It's not as much of a production. It's not as cumbersome. I can like just chill on the couch and play it pretty easy. But I play mostly like I guess we'll just call it like more like current music, but like mainstream type stuff. So I do a lot of like covers of not acoustic songs. That makes sense? Is that a bad answer? That answer makes sense. You're Druid Edom. What talents do I run? I think I am 37. 37014. We have do you guys like the ultra wide more than this, or do you guys like this? But this is my setup for my resto talents, and then this is what we have in the balance tree. Just need some mage water, honestly, dude. More intrigued by the popcorn. I know my dad just gave that to me the other day. I guess someone like gave him a bunch of like those popcorn bag things, like kettle corn things. He's like, here, you can have one. I'm like, great, thanks. I think melee tank Moonkin is the next PvP god. Omen of Clarity OP. Yeah, so I think there is a playstyle with that kind of setup. But you mean melee tank Moonkin? You mean like running with a good two-handed weapon and like autoing people as a Moonkin, right? That's what you mean by that? I think there would be some fun setup with that too if you spec'd for it specifically. Jam out on the keyboard. I wouldn't be opposed to doing some kind of like music stuff in the future. I don't have any of this stuff set up. It's like the audio and all that's not like linked in any of this, but maybe we'll do that sometime. Throw in some jamming while we wait. Can do some Moonkin freestyle raps. I'll do it. Sulfur's improved Thorns Moonkin as they intended. I know, right? I think there would be some kind of setup you could run. I don't know if it would be like optimal, but it would be really fun. At least for like BGs, especially if you like ran around with a shaman and had Wind Fury and stuff like that. There's some things you could do that would make that pretty entertaining stuff. You'd have to have a good two-handed weapon though. That would be like the main, like imagine dude getting Might of Menethil. Like have Might of Menethil literally run around 3.8 seconds swing time. You just like, bah. You just pop off. Omen of Clarity is what I need to put points into. I do not put any points in Omen of Clarity. So here, let's do this one. So this is really, really good if you're feral. These two talents, natural weapons and Omen of Clarity. But Omen of Clarity is procs per minute. So it's not like something that you potentially could try and like auto weave in your casting and get it to proc, you know, every other auto. It doesn't work like that. It basically has like an internal cooldown type of situation. And so it's not really worth the points, especially because you're not really doing that much melee damage since none of your gear is itemized for it. So you don't gain that much value off natural weapons, and so it's just not worth 6 talent points. IMO. But if you were running like a melee kin type setup, you could mess with it. Omen of Clarity was sulfurous, yeah. I mean, I definitely, dude, we have literally not seen a single I have sulfurous drop, period. Like, we have not seen one. I have not seen it drop off of Ragnaros yet, the entirety of playing this game so far. But I would not be opposed to having one and building that if we could ever see an eye to drop in it. You know, people didn't need it main spec, but no luck yet, no luck. Gearing would be teased for Melee Moonkin. I mean, you'd have to just get it, like, gather stuff off spec for a while. Farm Hodge, I know. I have Hodge on my Shaman. If I tried to do some kind of, like, super memey setup like that, I definitely would do that. Farm Hodge and, like, run around with a Shaman to give me Wind Fury and stuff. It'd be pretty fun. I'm gonna grab you, listen. I was hated for going Moonkin, but have yet to lose 1v1. Nice, man. Well, I'm glad you find some of the content helpful. I'm going to be doing the Moonkin matchup series pretty soon. That's what I'm kind of excited to work on. It's like PvP matchups 1v1 and kind of breaking those down. I feel like that'll be a similar scenario where like I'll learn a lot from actually making the videos. Oh, these guys are starting one over here. Ultrawide seems not to be working on Twitch. Okay, let's test it out because that's a big part of why I wanted to open up the stream. So let me see. I'll turn it on right now. Is this not working for you guys? It's not showing up. stealthing over to him so that I'm coming. Hey, KX with the follow. Thanks, homie. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'd rather not see eyes, but have bindings. I know, that's true. We need one more binding for our second Thunder Fury. So if we can get that, that'll be really, really sick. Okay, so here we're gonna pop into form. Let's see what our DPS is. This is the new rotation. Wrath into Moonfire after we pop the toe up for the bonus. See what we can do here. I think we're kind of late though on that, right? So that might kind of mess up as far as like DPS, but not bad though. 300-ish DPS with that rotation. I'm also not in... I have the wrong gear on actually too. Guys, it's also good. Keep these little cheap potions, mana potions on you. They come in pretty clutch. Get Hodges to have it. Dude, I literally right now don't even have bank slots. Like, we have full, like, look at my bags. I have full Anixia bags. And I still run out of room for all of the shit that I need to carry around. Like, I just don't have room for it. They need to add, I need like five more bank bag slots for all this extra gear. Like, I had to literally just vendor so much of my other gear that I, like Pharaoh gear and stuff, that I just didn't have room for everything. Fought a Moonkin today with Locke and he switched to Hand to Rag. Dude, that's the... I want to do that, dude. I want to be that Moonkin. I want Hand to Rag. I want people to come up and duel me. I just have full, like, leather melee DPS gear on. Someone comes up thinking I'm going to try and cast at them and stuff and just beat them to death with Hand to Rag. It'll be so much fun, dude. Someday... we can dream, right, guys? We can dream. Is there any gear we need from the World Boss Dragon? So I honestly don't ever really look or prioritize the World Boss mobs that much because we can't reliably get them on our server. When I looked, nothing was spectacular. If there's something you think is good, let me know, but last I had looked, nothing specifically stood out that I thought it would be like particularly good where I wanted to like try and deal with world bosses. Most of our stuff is straight up out of ZG, and BWL is like all of our really, really good stuff plus Bloodvine, right? Need to go to sleep. Thought you were going to always keep ultra wide set up. No, so I just got all these like screens all set up for those of you guys that weren't here earlier on, so I'm kind of trying to play with them and make sure that they like look good and they're like streaming correctly and all that stuff, and kind of playing with all that. Ultra wide works well. Okay, we'll see. It's a cool little way to mix it up. I don't know that I would keep the stream like this the whole time, but at least this setup is more aesthetically pleasing than it was before. What's your next favorite spec after Moonkin? Is probably Shaman. Different specs of Shaman I really, really enjoy. I really enjoy Elemental's really fun burst wise, like PvP burst and like multi-target scenarios, just because Chain Lightning. Like Fire Nova, Totem, Chain Lightning into Earth Shock or one of the shocks is such a satisfying combo. Like that combo is just one of the best in Classic as far as just how good it feels to like pull that off and how like satisfying that combination is when it's lined up. Ellie Shaman was like my original main back in the day, which I think is part of the reason why I also ended up kind of gravitating to Balance, and like I really enjoy Balance is because it's really similar in a lot of ways, right? You're kind of like this bursty, unorthodox caster. But I will say after getting more familiar to Balance PvP, then going on my Shaman and playing a class that can't shapeshift into cheetah form sucks. Like really bad. Like I don't like it. Both are good, but Shaman felt like after I was like got used to playing balance, Shaman felt kind of like I was playing like a turret as opposed to playing this like really mobile caster type class, you know? Nature resist gear. Yeah, there is a lot of nature resist gear off of the world bosses. I don't think I haven't looked up too much on AQ, so you guys correct me if I'm wrong or if you guys have heard something else. Oh, dude, it's a mage. We found one. But I don't think that us as casters will need nature resist gear, right? Give this guy gold. Give us some water. Just like one more is fine. That's good. That's good. That's good. Just trade it. Just trade it. But from what I understand, all the fights where people need nature resist is like you need it for Huhuron or whatever his name is, and it's the first 15, like closest 15 people. So unless for some reason you don't have 15 melee, I don't think that the nature resist stuff will be. Sorry, I'm having people talking in party chat and it's throwing me off. I'm like reading that at the same time. AQ is going to be a big nature gear check. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I don't think it'll be that big of a deal for ranged. I will think it will be for melee, but Clay Rio. My guild's asking for 150 NR for all casters. So I mean, like, why is that needed? I guess is like my question. Is there a specific fight or mechanic? Because I thought Huhuron was the only kind of like requirement as far as okay, here, let's summon this thing. Open up with.
I'm responding to what you're talking about on stream. The only thing that I know is like consumes that are required, not like basic NR.
Right, like, yeah, like you shouldn't need it that much besides like the Earth Shock or whatever for like that first boss. I think there's like negligible. Yeah, like pre-pot 'em like we do for Veil or whatever. Gloves of delusional power if you're getting hit from another source, maybe. I mean, there's plenty of gear you could get from those dragons that are good. I don't know that I would try to like farm them because it's really hard to get them. And then if you do get them, you have to get the right drop. And then if you do get the right drop, you also have to win the roll. So it's like just the odds of you being able to get stuff from world bosses. Like it definitely could be good gear and could be like, you know, really, really good stuff. But I feel like that's just too hard to reliably try and farm or like anticipate getting that one of those pieces in your set. You know what I mean? The whole raid needs nature resist. Check for Cthulhu boss mechanics. That alone will tell you what you need. Well, I could see for Cthulhu potentially, but okay, guy. But he did no damage to that. Cthulhu's also the last boss though, so like I feel like
Yeah, I never watched the Cthulhu.
I know that it's like a pain in the ass in the beginning. You have to run in, but and like there's a whole like you gotta kick the eye tentacle things or whatever. It's like a whole process. But I haven't looked at it. Outside of Cthulhu, do you need nature resist for anything though? As a caster? It's fine, guys, because look, this is why we're done, dude. We don't even need NR gear. OP. All you Alliance players are screwed though. It's gonna take you guys another 3 weeks to kill Cthulhu because you guys don't have that racial. It's required for Huhuron and Vicidius. But I thought Huhuron's AoE damage is only the closest 15 people in proximity. Is what I understood the mechanic to be. So if that's the case, casters having NR gear is completely irrelevant unless you have melee that die. And then like you have to like step up. But I don't think there's like a massive amount of like completely raid wide damage. I think it's only...
You really need your casters to have as much like damage gear on. Because they're the ones dealing damage.
Yeah, that's what I understood too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a blanket of melee nature resistant soakers.
You don't need to tell me that, Connor.
Tell you what.
That I need to wear damage gear.
Torn for the win, I know, man.
We're gonna do it anyway.
We'll actually gain value from that racial 3/4 of the way in. Finally. Oh, is this profit?
Well, that was an interesting Zoom meeting.
But yeah, I need to look up more of those
Or Mings.
more of those fights and stuff as well. But my priority's been kind of like the first portions of the bosses. I think we'll definitely get to Cahoon and down Cahoon. I just don't know if it'll be like the first week, you know, first 2 weeks. It might take us a couple 3 weeks.
I've been starting gone.
And I have some nature resist already, and we're gonna have our rep up, right? So we're gonna have our rep up, so we'll have a handful of patterns we can get. Like getting 150 NR is not gonna be a problem. I'm not worried about that at all. If that's actually like something we need to get.
What if for Huron, if instead we just got all the casters to wear a shit ton of nature resistance, but then like stand closer than melee?
Get out of here with that stupid idea.
You stand closer than who has to stand in melee range.
You'd stand like right on top of the boss, and then
And then the melee are just at max range. Dude, that's a new meta right there. That's a new meta. You know what we should do is we'll have Dirty Dave also spec balance, and we'll be Moonkin melee druids, and we'll come in and we'll just melee with NR gear.
Does he also have some sort of mechanic that he like does an AoE towards the range? That's why they have to like spread.
I don't know.
I think that's what I remember.
I didn't get to Huron on my solo AQ run.
You didn't?
No,
Aren't you like 75 levels higher than that content?
no, I'm level 80.
Oh. Yeah, noob. It's embarrassing. Hey, do you have any shards on you?
Me?
No, not you.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
What shards are you talking about?
Large brilliant shards.
Oh yeah, I have 19.
Okay, I have a couple turn-ins for some of this stuff if you can give me some shards.
I have 4.
I can give you some shitty green items in exchange for the shards.
Just give me shards back later.
I could do that too. Or I could just give you really shitty green items in the meantime.
Okay.
But you'll have to give him his shitty green items back when you get your shark.
Yeah, I'm just loaning them to you temporarily.
Okay.
Or some equivalent items, they mature over time. You'll have to pay him back in shitty blue.
Yeah, right. Inflation.
I heard about that. That's a real thing.
As long as you have the gold to upkeep nature protection potions every week, the gear
Right, but you'll have to return his shitty blue.
the gear is needed.
Well, yeah, that's fine.
Wait, what do you mean? As long as you do have the gold, the gear is not needed? Is that what you mean?
What about like shitty purple items? Like you have to pay him back in vendor.
I have, yeah, so we have a bunch. I don't have the graders, but we have, let me find it. I don't remember what character it's on. This one? Yeah, so we have a bunch of these. Just the normal nature protection potions. I'm sure we'll have to get some graders, like, you know, at some point. Let me see if I have any of this stuff. We'll have to get some graders at some point for like progression stuff, but I have a lot of those stocked up for once it's kind of like on farm. Okay, nice. We have some of these.
Oh, that's right. It's the fishing contest tomorrow. I shouldn't get buffs anyway.
I wonder if I should do the fishing contest. I haven't done it before.
I mean,
Yeah, that like a lot. I gotcha. Yeah, popping 3 a fight. I feel yeah, it'll be interesting, man. I'm curious because I feel like with all the content, both ways, both like
fishing capped without it.
over anticipate and like underestimate certain mechanics on all of this stuff. Like people thought a lot of portions of BWL is gonna be way harder. People thought portions of BWL or MC were gonna be way easier, and it kind of like went back and forth.
Zones without using lure.
All right, guys.
But, like, I don't think.
What should we do? Should we kill him? Hurry, guys. You have 10 seconds. Do we kill him or do we let him live? Her. Let her live? Okay, we can just dance with her. She gonna dance back? Gay? Hey! That is so rude of you!
Dude, it's
We were having a druid dance party!
Get him.
How do you say this name? Gaia?
yeah, probably.
Wasn't me, guys. It wasn't me.
Play a game called Gaia Online when I was a kid.
Gaia.
It's really dumb.
It wasn't me. What's up, Rivsy? How you doing, man? How you doing? How you doing?
When you were
Do a starfire? If I did a starfire, I would have killed him.
this guy online.
Yeah, if you have at least 165 NR, take the load off relying on potions. Yeah, I mean, because think about it this way too, right? If say you mostly need NR for Cthulhu, say you have 2 or 3 weeks of clear time, like before you actually get to Cthulhu, you'll end up having a good amount of nature resist stuff that you potentially are going to just be getting anyway from the boss drops, right? Because there's a lot of really good NR gear.
I think I was busy playing World of Warcraft at the time.
This guy
Yeah,
almost
I
killed
found
himself?
after Gaia. I found real games instead of just the stupid chatting game.
You can stand around and chat with people in World of Warcraft, but you can also kill dragons.
I'm gonna integrate myself here actually on the start. You can also get some nature protection rings that are really cheap. Yeah, I mean, the thing too is I think it's going to be a little bit skewed for me specifically because my rep is going to be pretty high with Cenarian Circle by the time that comes out. So a handful of those quest rewards and stuff, I'm going to be able to get those items pretty early on. And so I think that will help a lot, but we'll see. What's our best item out of AQ that is first priority? It's a good question. I'm thinking. Honestly, there isn't anything major, assuming that you're talking about major for us that would be like a massive PvE upgrade, like something that we want for our raid setup. Honestly, we don't have a whole lot in AQ. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? This warrior is tilting me. It's like the third thing of mine that he's just looted. Give me that shit. But there's not any specific stuff in AQ that are massively better than anything we can get in previous phases. But dude, how is this guy taking this long to trade me? Give me the signet. There's like a neck that's good, but it's basically like less spell damage than Choker Rag, but has crit on it. So there's stuff like that where it's like, it might technically parse a little bit higher, but I think it's kind of like negligible a little bit. Like it, in some situations, certain ones are going to be better than others. And so there's nothing particularly that I can think of that stands out like massive. All right, Rivsy, now that you're here, this is a good question for you, because that's what we were just talking about. Huhuron only does the AoE to the closest 15 people, though, right? So assuming you have melee, as long as you have 15 melee, including the tanks, you don't need the NR gear as a caster. I know there's some like amount of NR damage happening overall that's, you know, kind of happening throughout the fight, but as far as like needing to stack a shitload of NR gear on Huhuron, it's only for really for melee because it's the closest 15 targets to the boss. The shoulders, Obo, I have to look at which shoulders you mean. I'm really excited for AQ for tier 2.5, but tier 2.5 is not going to be better than most of the gear I already have for raiding scenarios. But it will be very, very good, and it'll be a lot of fun for open world type content. I'm really looking forward to that because I think what I'll end up doing for a portion of once AQ's out is getting full tier 2.5 and kind of hybrid gear like that, and then specking balance feral hybrid where we have feral charge and we have moonkin form, and basically just being like a really tanky feral moonkin kind of thing. I think will be a lot of fun, but you need to have the right gear to really test that out. So you're thinking for loot 2, maybe the Blessed Staff. Yeah, even if it was me, I'd be more excited about loot out of BWL in almost every single item slot. There's other pieces that you could get that are definitely in the same ballpark or comparable or side grades, but BWL and ZG have a lot of really, really good gear until Nax. And there's definitely things... Oh, are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Why there's so many?
Dude, this is so annoying. Alright, where's Legolas X Goku? You think these guys are going to summon the lords?
Why else would they be here? They're gonna do the greater wins.
I've had raids of Alliance come and kill me and still not do that.
Why the fuck would they be here?
Because they farm. I had literally a group was farming in a raid group of like 25 people, only doing the dukes, but they just wanted to like do them together, and they're just rolling around as like a massive group of Alliance. Yeah, I remember the melee having to have a lot more. I mean, like, I think you want some nature resist. for AQ, but I think it'll be one of those things for casters. Maybe on Cthulhu it'll be different. I have to look because I haven't looked specifically at the Cthulhu fight, but for all the other bosses, it's like whatever you kind of have passively on other gear, you swap in a few pieces, but you're going to have potentially, if you have enough hunters, you have the nature resist hunter aura. You have a couple nature resist like rings, neck piece, stuff like that you can throw on. And then you know, the Mark of the Wild is going to give you some nature resist. I'm trying to think of like if there's any other kind of main passive buffs. I mean, but that stuff alone, like I think the Hunter AoE thing is the aura is 60, right? It's like, it's a shitload. You think they're going to wipe?
I'm gonna try and fuck them up.
I know, you think we can kill him? What if I... Oh.
I tried to fear them and then just started dispelling people. But it didn't really do much.
These mobs are attacking him. Wait, let's see if I can get in range. I think I can do it. Go. Go. Oh!
Kill him.
I mistimed it, dude. And then one of the ads was on me.
Oh, fuck.
I was getting fireballed.
This thing just like murdered me.
Well, on the discussion then, what's the item you want from Nax first? Dude, there's a lot of really good stuff in Nax. I know there's the gloves in AQ, right? Where they're like, there's like a better version of spell hit gloves, and then there's leather ones.
Like, what the hell?
There's leather ones with crit instead of hit.
This is like an entire race.
Those are good, but they're not like insane, but they're definitely upgrades. I think there's a belt with 41 spell power and 1% crit. Yeah, that's right. There is that one. There's a good belt, now that you say that. Oh yeah, and the ring off of Eye of Cthulhu. That's the biggest one for sure. Ring off of the Eye of Cthulhu is insane. It's like Band of Force concentration, but more spell power. There's other stuff that's good. The cloak off of Cthulhu's good, but like, I don't know. I need to go through a wish list of kind of putting all that stuff together, because I don't really know. I haven't put together what pieces I'm really gunning for. I'm like been so focused on trying to get everything out of this phase, like all the different pieces I need. But I know the ring off Cthulhu is really, really good. We can look it up. It's this. 37 spell power, 1% hit, 6 int, 5 stam. It's insane. Yeah, and so like then there's these gloves of Darkstorm gauntlets. There's like better version of the Blood Tinge gloves. And then there's the cloak, right? Damage healing, 30 damage, 1% hit, also good. I mean, those are all great pieces, don't get me wrong. Then there's the leather belt. Where's the leather belt off of? There's also the version, the other version of the caster, yeah, here. Leather gloves, 27 int, 1% crit. Like, these are really, really, really good PvP gloves. Really good. I really want to get those. They'd be great for PvE as well. These probably sim higher than Blood Tinge gloves if you have enough hit and other pieces. These are like good PvP legs. Leather, 39 damage. Good amount of int and stam. But see, like, I'm not going to use these over Bloodvine, right? So, like, even though these are sick and I really would like to have these, I'm not going to use these in raid at all. But they're really, really good for PvP. And same with these. Like, I don't know if I would give up the hit. Like, I'd really probably want to try and get more hit, you know? These are going to be, like, more PvE gloves than the other ones. But at least you have some leather options for PvP stuff. Let me find that belt. Where is that? Am I tripping out? I thought there was... Healing? Healing. This is the neck piece I was talking about, 27 damage, and it has 1% crit. So, oh, he saw me. Oh, but so it's like less damage, but you gain the 1% crit. So arguably this is maybe a little bit better, but it's going to be kind of more RNG because you're losing spell damage for the crit chance. This offhand's really, really good. It's like a better version of the Jindo offhand. But again, it's basically you're gaining like 1% crit from this versus the one from Jindo. So it's better, but nothing like insane. It's not like 30 spell power upgrades type stuff. Well, I swear there's a belt somewhere and I just can't find it. Or I'm scrolling past it. But it's there. Also, idols become available for druids finally. The one I want is called Idol of the Moon. Increases the damage of Moonfire. Is that dropping AQ? Hey. Fitch with the tier 1. Hey, thanks, homie. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know the idols dropped. I thought there was only this stupid healing touch idol. Is there actually like a Moonfire idol that drops an AQ? If that's true, then that's my most hyped piece out of AQ. I want to put something in this slot. I want any item that goes here so it's not just a gray square. Hoping to see a lot of Atish and Nax. The belt is a blue item? What? It's off of Cthulhu? Are you messing with... Oh, this. It's cloth. It's cloth. Hey, Ray with the follow. Thanks, man. Thank you. Thank you. It's cloth. You're right. I, for some reason, thought it was leather. Yeah, this is very good. Because it's got more damage than Firemoth's Clutch, and the crit is better than the MP5 as far as DPS. This is a good upgrade. Really good upgrade. Because it's just better all around. It's just a more itemized... Very, very well for us. Do I ever try the Boomkin Feral Charge build? Yes, you must have missed it. I was just talking about that earlier. I've tried it before. This was before BWL came out. And I loved it. It is an amazing spec for PvP. It's so much fun. But you lose reflection. And so it makes raiding pretty tough. Because you need that mana regen. It was pretty noticeable. Maybe now it wouldn't be as bad. We'd have to see, man, because I still have 177 spirit. Let's see what that math is. 177 divided by 14. So that's like 12 MP5. So it's not massive. Ugh, dude, these guys are so annoying. But it's not massive, so I might still be able to function fine in raid environments, like now that I have some decent gear without reflection, but it was noticeable at the time when I was running MC, like when we weren't running BWL yet. But it's a really fun build. It's really, really, really fun in PvP, dude. There's so much outplay potential with that build. And just being able to like add in Feral Charge with your roots, and it just gives you so much just really fun mobility and shit as you're PvPing. I love it. I wish I could raid as that spec, because I would be that spec all the time. It just becomes available. Oh, it doesn't drop in AQ. So where do you get that idol? The offhand in AQ gives crit and hit. Yeah, it's 20 spell power, 1% hit, 1% crit. So it's like a Jindo's offhand, but it has 1% crit on top of it. Very, very, very good offhand. Egan's Blaster. What's up, Snipe? How you doing, man? Is that what the idol's called? It's called, oh, Idol of the Moon. Oh, it drops in DM? Gotcha. Are we PvPing? It's a gnome, dude. Ugh. These jerks, dude. We weren't hurting them. All right, let's get this mage. Can we blow him up? He's not even ready for it. Downrank, Moonfire, go, go, go. Ah, get out of here, you little gnome idiot. We're out of mana. We're out of mana. Oh, no. Get him, get him, get him. Oh, yeah. 2 midgets down. Let's go. Little short idiots. Hey, I killed 2 gnomes right there.
Fuck yeah. I kept you alive so you could kill the last one.
Was that you that healed me? I saw that. I'm like, dude, how did my health just go up? That was OP. Sounds pretty cool. I'm not sure what spec I'm going to go by. Druid is 59 and respecking Boomkin at 60. Super excited. Yeah, man. I hope you enjoy it. Hopefully there's a bunch of stuff up on these the channels here you can check out and get your grasp as far as gearing and all that fun stuff. But yeah, man, balance is a lot of fun. I really enjoy it. Are these guys just trying to come take over our spot? Is PvPing without nature swiftness not hard? So I went through this in like my PvP breakdown kind of in depth.
Brutal rep grind if it's always PvP ridden.
But so for me personally, if you assume you're some kind of like balance resto hybrid, right? Whether you're like Moonglow, whether you know you're more balanced or whatever, but you're some kind of hybrid between the two. If you go down into nature swiftness is an amazing cooldown. Don't get me wrong. It's a 3-minute cooldown though, whereas Moonkin form you have 100% of the time at your disposal. So to me, you're basically trading something that's a little more passive, right? You don't have necessarily as many offensive talents because you're not as far down in the balance tree, and you're trading that for a really powerful 3-minute cooldown. On the inverse, if you spec further down into balance, you have Moonkin form, which gives you a really high amount of consistency with your playstyle because you always have access to that form. So the way you deal with playing against melee, you know, like warriors and rogues and hunters and stuff like that, you can kind of consistently play a certain way and develop a playstyle around having something always at your disposal rather than being like, if nature swiftness wasn't on cooldown, I would have had them, kind of a thing. Neither one is better than the other. I would say they're just different. They're just like, one is just a consistency and like you don't have that big cooldown, but you have a little more at your disposal all the time. And the other one is a big cooldown. The other thing that I found really problematic with nature swiftness is that you can't get Moonkin form. And if a rogue is good, they open up on you in human form and they'll kill you 100-0 in human form. So unless you have your trinket on, it doesn't matter that you even have nature swiftness, you're not casting it. Like they're going to kill you 100%. So like right now, like I have 1100 armor with Mark of the Wild on in human form. A rogue is going to eat me up, dude, if a rogue jumps me right now. So at least if I have this, like I can Nature's Grasp, I can Fairy Fire, I can War Stomp, I can Entangling Roots, I can cast all my DPS abilities. Like the only thing I can't do is heal, right? To me, that playstyle is more enjoyable. Yeah, let's go south. I'm down. I hope that answers your question, though. That's kind of my logic with it. The Feral Charge build is my favorite for PvP of all the builds I've played, but this build is also very fun and still allows you to get all of the optimal talents for raiding. So this is a good setup to kind of be able to do everything well. I'm seeing if any of these people running by are people I recognize that I want to kill. But I don't. Yo, hey, by the way, about the moon firing at the start and end of Taupe, I think it's worth it not only for the damage, but also for the high crit and potential nature grace procs. Fellow Boomkin you talked to in org earlier. Oh, what's up, Snipe? That's you? That's so funny, man. Yeah, man, so I kind of touched on that at the very end of the video, and I meant to mention it earlier. I agree with you for that exact same reason, is that you can get... Oh, these guys, dude. These are the guys that was the full raid of people that came and got us. Oh, I'm so sorry, dude. Bitch. Get out of here. Is Loopy going to teabag him? Let's go. Wait, let me come over there too. Is he gonna stay? This is an aerial teabag. Do you guys see that? Jump into the teabag. But yeah, so back onto that point, I agree with you. I think that is the case too, because you have the initial Moonfire. I think damage-wise, more often than not, it's going to yield more DPS, and it has a higher chance of getting that initial Nature's Grace proc, which basically, say you have 4 of your Starfires, is giving you a higher chance that you're going to be able to potentially squeeze in 1 more Starfire by getting consecutive Starfires or whatever, because of the increased crit chance on Moonfire, giving you that first Nature's Grace proc. Most of the time, right? It's not going to crit every time, but a lot of the time. There's alliance here too. Loopy, there's alliance over here as well. These are not from that guy's guild. These are not from that guy's guild, though. This is a different group.
Okay.
This is Miss Jackson. It's that... It's what?
Maybe they're not gonna kill us.
Yeah, I don't think they will. They'll probably leave us. But we'll see. I'm really excited to test it out. So like, MC will be a good judge because we have so many logs for MC, like me personally. And so I'm going to mess with it this week and see how it does performance wise. Fitch with the 500 bits, dude. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Do I have a link to my current spec? No, but I can show you it right now. I need to find a couple ways of doing that, because I get the spec question a lot, and there's not like, it's not like, oh, look me up on Armory. I need to use like that 60 upgrades or one of those sites. But so this is what we have in balance. So always, if you're playing balance, these bottom talents you always take. So I don't really usually ever scroll down, because the part that you have really the options are these top portions. So this is the setup that I always have for this current spec that I've run. I haven't respec'd probably in 2 months. I've like been the same spec for a very, very long time. This 1 point in improved Nature's Grasp, Nature's Grasp, I really like, because it makes it a 50% chance to proc. So it's a really, really big deal and very noticeable when it comes to like warriors and rogues, because this otherwise is 35% chance for it to proc, and it can feel really bad because a warrior can auto you 5 times and it doesn't go off, which is really rough. Then you always want to get full improved Nature's Wrath for just overall PvE output. And then the rest of the stuff is pretty self-explanatory. You want the Shapeshifter just for whenever you're PvPing, or if you have to shift in and out of Moonkin. This is a really significant amount of mana that you save, just overall improved quality of life. Improved Entangling Roots is pretty fun, but only really good, in my opinion, against Hunters. That's the only time I really utilize that, like the actual effectiveness of improved Entangling Roots. And if you have Nature's Grasp, you can kind of argue you don't really need it. That's it for here. And then in the resto, improved Healing Touch is my go-to here always. Reflection is a go-to. Insect Swarm can be very, very good in PvP situations. And then I go Fur. If you don't have another Druid in your raid, you should go improve Mark of the Wild. But we usually have a Resto Druid, so I don't usually have to buff. So I don't need to go improve Mark of the Wild. And I like Fur because you can instant Bear Form and Bash or Frenzied Regen. And both of those are really, really strong to be able to do right away. Having War Stomp in Moonkin form is insane. I totally agree with you. It's so weird that Moonkin form has all these different synergies of abilities you can use compared to all the other forms. It's great, but it's kind of weird because it's not similar to any other form at all. Fitz with the 200 bits. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'd say Innis is stronger in PvP than Moonkin form most of the time. I agree, man. I think NS by itself is very good. I don't know, man. Getting stuck in human form against rogues is literally the worst. It's just like you're just watching yourself die. It's just so, you just can't do anything. Whereas if at least I'm in Moonkin form and I'm in leather gear, I survive. Like I can. Yeah, are you at the middle camp?
Yeah.
Okay,
On
yeah.
me, on me.
I'm coming. How many of them are there?
Just 4 so far.
Oh, yeah. Kill him. Go. Why are they kiting all the way? Oh, these are the guys that killed us earlier. Run. Does he have a healer? Can I kill this druid? I know, what the fuck?
Way more than 4.
Yeah, didn't you say 4?
I only saw 1 right away.
There's like 12 of them killing the 5-man mob.
It was like a Templar.
It's not weird, it's humanoid. I know. I get the logic of why that's the case. It's just weird because it is so, I mean, I don't know. It's just like it's a separate form, but you're still a humanoid. It just has its own unique mechanics, you know what I mean? Can't wait to raid to test out a few things. I just today went with improved Wrath as well as improved Starfire. Nice. Only at the cost of losing a couple points in improved Root and improved Nature's Grasp. Yeah, I mean, improved Root is fun in certain situations. Same with improved Nature's Grasp, but you don't use them that much, right? Like you have to think of it like what percent of the time are you using those talent points, like those abilities? Is it 10% of the time you're playing? Are you always PvPing and those talents have way more value to you? Then it makes sense, right? Like maybe getting improved Wrath is not that big a deal, or maybe not even getting improved Starfire. But if you're mostly raiding and stuff, you can't use Roots or Nature's Grasp anyway. So it's like they have use in like open world content, but for me, percentage-wise, it's not like a huge amount of the time that I spend in-game doing stuff. I go bear form while I wait for a rogue to open in a duel environment. I mean, yeah, that's optimal, but a lot of times out in the world, you won't know that. So if you're out in Moonkin form, like DPS and killing stuff, like you're kind of in like a defensive, safe position while also, you know, being able to kill stuff. But yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, I personally don't see any of that type of stuff as like right or wrong or this is better. They're just really different because you can play around either. What guild are these guys in? You can play well with either setup, and you can build talents and items and stuff around each of those setups as well. Should we kill him? He's gonna blind me, watch. He's gonna run? I think he's gonna survive here. I don't think I'm gonna catch him to be able to Fairy Fire. He resisted my Fairy Fire. Yeah. It's okay. He got away.
Damn it. What are you doing?
He resisted my Fairy Fire. He also health potted. So I technically think I won.
Yeah.
Wish you could use Bark Skin while stunned. Dude, that would be insane. That'd be so strong for us. If you could do that, it would make Moonkin very, very powerful in PvP. Killing Alliance in the middle of Dukes. It was unsuccessful. We got 0 kills. And it was only karma because they had done that to us like 4 times in a row. They mad about the teabag, I know, right? Moonkin teabag is the best teabag in the game. It's so funny. Moonkin and Bear both. If your engineering Moonkin form is broken because unlike in Bear, Moonkin form is like broken like OP. Yeah. I thought you meant like Moonkin form gets canceled. Yeah, Moonkin form, that's the next video I really want to do, is because I get that question a lot regarding professions. And even though I'll kind of explain like, yeah, it's good because of PvP and all this stuff, I think a lot of people don't really understand the fact that since you can use all that stuff in Moonkin form, how strong it is, because you can stay in your high armored form and still DPS on top of it. It's significantly better for balanced druid specifically than any of the other druid specs, in my opinion, because of that. Because you can still use the stuff while you're in Moonkin form. And so if you have really good itemized gear for PvP, like you have tier 2.5, for example, you're in Moonkin form, you have 7,000 armor, you still have 400 spell power, and you have engineering items, and you're still in that high armored form, like it's insane, dude. All of that stuff synergizing together is insane. 200 bits again, Fitz. Thanks, man. Holy shit, man. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. I feel like I feel so scuffed without improved Wrath, improved Starfire. Dude, I feel that. I've thought that same thing. I'm like, dude, it would be so, like, we'll be out doing stuff and there'll be like a Resto Druid and he doesn't have improved Wrath. And I'm watching him cast. I'm like, dude, that looks so miserable. Like, that does not look fun at all. Yeah, never really PvP, so those points didn't mean much to me. I mean, honestly, improved entangling roots is really only I've found that it's valuable for me against hunters, because of the hunter pet knockback is so bad. But like warlocks, it's really tough because the warlock pets have high resistances, so it's really hard to reliably root them. So it's like, you play that matchup kind of differently anyway. So it's like, it doesn't have that many use cases, but it is very, very, very good against hunters, but that's about it. Startup Tim with the follow. Thanks so much, Tim. Welcome. Plus 360% armor, dude, it's massive. 360% armor and casting engineering items is insane. Oh, but what I was saying before is I want to do, that's like the next like thing I want to spend time putting some clips together on, is all the cool combinations and synergies with all the engineering items, because there's so many really, really cool combos. And I have all those trinkets and stuff. They're literally just sitting in my bank. Hey, bro, I owe you for the badass content. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm just glad you guys are enjoying the content. I'm glad people are getting useful information out of it. It's really sick. So many people are like helping contribute. I've learned so much from starting making all the content, honestly, from like just different people. Dude, Rivsy's a wealth of knowledge. There's a bunch of people in here that are just know so much information. It's been a lot of fun. Flash bombs for hunter pets. I need to get that recipe. I don't have those. Use your engineering. I know, man. I know flash bomb is so strong, but I haven't messed with that. Usually I just try and hibernate the pet and I try and root the hunter. But you either want to try and root the hunter before he starts attacking you, but if you have improved entangling roots, you can root the hunter and then run into dead zone him and then hibernate the pet so you don't have both of them attacking you. Or you can like preemptively jump the hunter and hibernate the pet first and then root the hunter after. But honestly, like if you keep chasing the hunter trying to dead zone him and he is like on the move, his damage output is way, way, way less. And if his pet's hibernated, they're way easier to deal with. If here's the beast for 10 seconds. So I know what Flash Bomb is, man. It's super OP. I've had people catch me in bear form with Flash Bomb. And I remember I was so confused the first time it happened because the icon, the debuff, is like its own icon. It's like a green, like feral green looking icon. It's like its own weird little icon, and I was so confused what was happening. Like, I don't recognize that at all. No way. All right, for you guys that are on YouTube, we have Startup Tim in Twitch just says, cheers, I'm multi-boxing 8 druids. Level 36 now, Moonkin spam the amazing 8. Dude, that's insane. 8 druids. Are you... Startup Tim with the 111 bits. Hey, thanks so much, man. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Dude, I need to look back. I don't even know if my little notification things are working. I haven't been looking. I don't know what it even looks like on the screen for you guys. When I see it, I just have my little feed up on the side. Thank you, Tim, though. I really appreciate that. Dude, you have to post some content. You have to post some clips. 8 times multi-boxing. If you're Alliance, are you Alliance? Dude, if you're Alliance and you're 8 times Night Elf Shadow Melded and you open up with a Starfire, oh my god. Shadow Melded Starfire just instantly 100 to 0 people with absolutely no warning. They're pretty cheap to make. The blue pearls are really easy to get as druids in CO form. Yeah, the blue pearls are those ones in STV, right? I think one of my buddies farmed those like for gold leveling up initially. Yes, Alliance. Benediction PvP so I can kill the Horde World PvP. Dude, Tim, that is so epic. You have to please record some clips of that. Once you start getting a little bit higher level, you get up to 60. I would love to see that, man. That would be awesome. You gotta join the Moon Kings Discord, dude. You have to post some clips of that, dude. People will dig that. That'll be so sick. I'm gonna we're gonna move the desk up real quick, guys. I'm gonna grab some water real quick. Let's go stealth really fast so we don't die though. There's a Moonkin Discord. Yeah, so Fitch, I put together a Discord. It's called Moon Kings. There should be a link down below. You're on Twitch, so down below there should be a Discord link. If you click it, it should take you to the Moon Kings Discord. If it is not doing that, tell me, because I just messed with all that stuff yesterday. So that should all be linked correctly. So check that out, but that's a great place. There's the stream and video channel, so all the uploads post up there, the streams post up there, so it'll always let you know whenever I'm going live. There's channels for like theory crafting, all different kinds of stuff. I'm gonna post macros in there. The spreadsheet from the Moonkin masterclass I did earlier is up there. All kinds of stuff, man. So that's gonna be a really good tool. There's a lot of really knowledgeable people in there helping answer gearing questions and all kinds of stuff. Why is he trading me? So far it's been an amazing tool, and it's been a really good way for people to help, collaborate and work together on stuff. It's been a lot of fun. But let me know if the link's not working or something, or you're not able to find it, and I can repost it. People are too lazy to go get them. I sold one for 21 gold and got a stack of 20 really quick. Yeah, that's... I'm thinking of the right thing, right? It's those like pearls that are off of the coast of Stranglethorn Vale from the big clams.
Well, we got it.
Someone paid 21 gold for one of those things? What's up, homie? What's up, Dominic? How you doing, man? Thanks for all the info and videos. Been trying to do some Boomkin stuff and I suck and you're helping. Hey, man. Don't say that. Oh, shit. Shit, run, guys. Is that same group? The Lords. How many of them are there? Oh my god. There's like 12 of them. Now what? Why these guys keep coming to our spots, dude?
I don't know. From the fucking PvP.
Ugh. I'm glad you're finding the content helpful though, Dominic. We're all learning. We're all learning. It's a whole learning process for all of us. There's not that much info out there, but hopefully we're helping change that. Everyone's been contributing a lot. We got a lot of good, useful information over the last couple 3 months. I'm really looking forward to these later phases, man. It'll be fun, dude. I'm really excited for the next rank of Starfire. To be honest. That's when we're gonna get the big, well, that whole, we're gonna have all our tier 2.5 will be itemized really well by that point. Our spell power is gonna be really high. We're gonna have Starfire rank 7 to maximize that burst. Shit, this guy's gonna see me. Shit. Shit. Get out. Get out of here. He's gonna intercept me. Oh, of course he parried it. He ran away. That pussy. Dude, as soon as the warrior got low, he just ran. Trying to help you. There's literally 8 of them chasing us.
What the fuck? It's so dumb.
Alright. Got the premium DMT service here.
Oh, we're able to get out right there and reset. You think we can kill this rogue? Where are they all? This is the guy that just tried to jump us. We should have to make sure he doesn't have friends around. Trying to farm up in the top left corner where you are, and I do 2 Dust Stormers. And then you're so frustrating. What's your gear like? Dude, these guys are just like literally 12v1ing people.
Did Ryan leave again?
Did the meta change a lot from private servers with Moonkin? Seems like Classic has a different view compared to the old Reddit stuff I've read from 2 years ago. I mean, I really hope in general people's mentality is different because Classic's not a hard game. Like, to me, my opinion, Classic is a lot more about knowing information than it is about being really mechanically skilled. Because you have a 1.5 second global cooldown, so you only have to have that many inputs, right?
At this point, I do have.
I mean, obviously there's times where that changes, but generally speaking, which is not super mechanically intensive, all things considered. And so it's not a hard game, but there's a lot of information and a lot of a lot of knowledge that goes into this game. I'm kind of, should we jump this guy? No, I want to try and pick off one of these like warriors or people that can't heal. So I feel like as the years have passed, people just know more information, and there's people that are really try hard, and there's people that legit like get mad at me for being balanced. It's very weird. They're like, fuck you, you play such a stupid spec. It's like, why are you messaging me at all? Like, get out of here. And like, people are just really aggro, but that's a very small percentage of the population. Most people, I think, play Classic very casually. Most people have jobs and families, and they're, you know, older and not, you know, in high school anymore or whatever. And so I think just in general, the mentality's changed a lot compared to back in the day. You also have to think, like, I didn't play private servers. The type of people generally that are playing private servers are pretty committed to the game and pretty like, not tryhard's not the right word, but pretty like die-hard fans, or like really, really like the game. Whereas you might have now currently, like you easily can have people rating MC and BWL that are pretty casual. And so like if people are casual and more in that mindset, people don't mind having balanced druid. And initially, like early on, and on this server specifically is the only experience I have, but there was a bunch of people had hit me up random times like wanting balanced druids in their raid. They're like, dude, we're looking for a balanced druid. Like, are you down like to come raid with us? I was like, oh, I already have a guild. But that happened a lot. And so, I mean, I don't think that was the case back in the day at all. Like originally, there was no way that was the case. I don't have people recruiting a balanced druid, get out of here. But it's definitely the case now. I mean, at least to some extent, the more casual, friendly type guilds. And the reality is like everyone's going to clear all the content. It might take you 2 or 3 weeks. It might take you 4 weeks. It might take you 5 weeks compared to like some of the best guilds, but you'll get it. I mean, you'll clear it. If you have a guild, a group of people running stuff that are, you know, geared and getting stuff, getting items, you'll be fine. But I feel like in general, people are way more open to that stuff, way more open to elemental shamans and enhanced shamans, and all that stuff is more, I mean, people aren't as like try hard. I also think you have a way bigger percentage of people actually clearing content just because there's so much more information now. So it's like, you know, the quantity of people that are playing the game and the percentage of those people clearing raids is much higher than it was back in the day. You have a few plus arcane damage items from the auction house. Yeah, dude, I really don't like that arcane wrath gear. I'm very, I don't know if bias is the right word. I just am not a fan. Not a fan of the arcane wrath gear. Because of that exact problem. You have no mana pool, right? You have no other stats. I used to get invites to guilds every day when I was playing my druid and random pugs. Dude, that's what I'm saying, man. Druids in general are rare in Classic. Overall, like no matter the spec. Just in general. They're rare. They're not as common. And then being like a well-itemized balanced druid and kind of knowing how to play is also very rare. And a lot of people, especially as we get into later phases, like if you have some really good mages that can utilize the crit buff and stuff like that, while arguably it's not better than necessarily having, as far as like overall DPS, it's not going to be more DPS than having another mage. It's still very viable as far as an alternative, you know? Fitch again with the 200 bits, man. Thank you, thank you. Thanks so much, man. I really appreciate that. I was still maining my warrior and I did a lot of pugs on my booming. Every raid I would get at least one guild invite. That I had a very similar experience to that in the beginning of Classic. Should we layer swap, dude?
Why did they have you do the hard guy?
They had a Nef head instead of an Oni head.
Connor, do you want to layer swap?
Right.
Sure.
Let's see if...
Players sucks.
Oh, dude, Sad Boys isn't on. But yeah, I mean, I think in general, people's mindsets changed a lot. And that's been my personal experience. And I know other people have also gotten that experience. I think it's more rare to have people give you a bunch of shit for playing balance more than people being stoked that you're playing something unique. I've gotten way more people being excited to see a balanced druid than I have people getting mad about me being balanced, if that makes sense. Hey, we used to be a hardcore streamer and Twitch admin. I could fire up stream and show you the 8-time druids at some point. Yeah, man, that'd be awesome. Dude, I'd love to see that. When you follow or join the Discord too and like let us know, because I would love to see that, and I know a bunch of other people would definitely be down to see that. It'll probably be more fun when you're like 60 because you'll be able to do a lot more world PvP probably, but I'm sure there'll be a lot of funny clips you could get from that combination. That's so sick though, dude. I'm so envious of that. That'd be so much fun to mess around with. Show us your gear, dude. One thing I can't find is a good BIS list. So this is the gear I have. So you guys want to see like, you mean like raid gear? Is that what you mean? Like the like actual raid gear? This is like my open world gear. So this is like my raid. Hold on, it's lagging for some reason. What's going on? Why is it frozen? Oh, server lag. You guys see that? Let me show you. I'll show you here my I need a layer 2 invite. Layer 2 invite.
I'm on layer 2. You want it, Coach?
Yeah. Invite me.
One thing.
We're stuck with all these stupid gnomes, dude. My Twitch name is multi-boxing. That's great.
3 minutes or something. It's longer than it feels like.
I still get hate when I take gear from real builds. I know I was telling a story about that earlier. I had a mage got really mad at me because I won the roll on this ring. Mind you, I beat him in damage on the fight that this ring dropped where I won the ring, but he was still mad about it. Balanced Druid BIS gear for PvP is just spell damage and spell crit gear. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely true. You want to get spell hit cap if you can. And you want to make sure you're trying to stack as much leather as possible. And you want to still have as much stam and int as you can so that you just have big health and mana pool. So we can do this. We should be swapped now. Let's make sure to see if there's alliance over here. This is my like raid setup that I have right now. So you can see, can you guys see the stats? Is this too small?
He's leaving Ratchet.
Here, let's switch. Let me switch and zoom in. This will be easier, a little more zoomed in for you guys there. So this is my raid setup, right? And I said this earlier, is you kind of have like a raid setup and you kind of have like an open world setup. My open world setup is similar to like a PvP. It's very synonymous as far as like the itemization.
Would you be able to, I'm gonna download it.
I feel, yeah, I'll catch up on these messages here in a second, but let me show you guys this stuff as far as gear. Now, Bloodvine goggles are from engineering. Mishundare's is better than this overall output wise. And the helm, the hood, what's it called? Hex hood or something off of Jindo, I think it is, in ZG. Also technically sims better than this, but this is craftable. So this I was able to get right away. Have not gotten either of the other helms, but both of those are technically better than this, but this is a really, really good alternative and it's crafted and it's hit instead of damage. So it's kind of like a preference thing. I think this will perform better than the hood when you have full world buffs because you're going to be missing less, right? So you're going to be valuing from the crit and the world buffs that you have a lot more. The neck is the hit neck off of a car. The other DPS necks are fine too. I really want to replace it with Choker the Fire Lord, but I haven't gotten it yet. Abyssal Cloth shoulders. These are from the summonable bosses from these big stones in Silithus. 15 spell damage, 1% spell hit. Then I have Saffron Drape. Then we have Bloodvine chest, legs, and boots. Then we have the Bracers of Arcane Accuracy. We have Locomere, Tome of Arcane Domination. We just got the Blood-Tinged Goggles.
What's that?
Fire Maw's Clutch for our belt. Then we have Band of Force Concentration and Zanziel's Seal. So there's another 2% hit. from the rings, and then we have Toep, and I have Briarwood Reed, and you also potentially could rock Zandalar Hero Charm.
One of the Zeppelins.
I've been a lot of the content, like in Molten Core, for example, when we do Molten Core tomorrow. So I'll stream that, and you guys are welcome to come and kick it if you guys want to see like the raid environment stuff for any of you newer people. But most all those fights, I'll have Toep and then Zandalar Hero Charm as my 2 trinkets and just chain them back to back. And it basically just gives you 35 seconds of like God mode DPS. It falls, you start falling off after that, right? Your power spike is at 35 seconds, but it's still, most of those fights are so short. It's still really, really good. So this is the setup that I run. Like I said, I'll replace the neck, I'll replace these goggles, and ideally we get the cloak off of Hakar and the offhand off Jindo. And so it kind of, I'll be around that 12% hit mark most of the time with this setup until we get tier. Right? And then like at that point, then we're around 13-14%. But that's kind of my goal here when it comes to PvE, like raid environment. And then my open world setup, I usually try and set around only 3% hit because that's technically PvP hit cap. But these are really good because they have stam on them for PvP, and they also have hit. I got these bracers just recently, and these are just better all around, and they also have hit. Ideally, I would have Burial Shawl. Or sorry, not Burial Shawl. Mantle of the Blackwing Cabal off Razor Gore. And that's what I would use here for my open world stuff. And then I have Robe of Volatile Power, Blood Tinge Kilt out of ZG, and then these Betrayer Boots out of ZG as well. And I would run like the Hexar Hood or Hex Hood or whatever that thing's called out of ZG in the helm. I just haven't gotten it yet. So there's a couple pieces I still want to swap around for each of my sets. And then the rings, like a lot of times in my PvP stuff, I'll throw in Heavy Dark Iron Ring from Molten Core. Just because the armor and the 20 stam on it is so huge. But that gives you a good idea. It's like kind of like my baseline as of right now. And then again, once AQ comes out, I think my open world stuff is going to be mostly like tier 2.5 and leather caster gear I can get out of AQ. All right, let me catch up on chat really quick. I feel guilty taking previous spellcaster gear, especially when you're tanking. Yeah, I mean, if I was like Feral, for example, and I was gearing up, I wouldn't take it from casters. So I would either make the groups and I would fill the group with melee, right? So I'd feel like have all rogues and warriors, and then I would just take the caster gear that dropped because no one needed it. And I would bring like a healer friend that, you know, I knew like was either relatively geared or didn't need the gear or whatever. So you can do that and no one's going to get mad about it because you're tanking, so they don't care. That's one good way to gear up, like if you're currently Feral, because you can just spam dungeons so quickly since you're the tank, right? It's just really, really ideal. That was how I initially geared up all of my sets basically at the very beginning of leveling this character. So highly, highly recommend that. It's a little annoying having to just constantly tank the same stuff, but efficiency-wise, like how quickly you farm gear and the amount of time it takes you is really, really effective. There's so many things that make parsing not seem good on a Boomy. What do you mean by that? Parsing not seem good? Like hard to do? Parsing is hard on a balanced druid in a lot of ways, and it's also easier because the pool of people you're parsing against is not that high compared to some other classes. Did you check out the gear I linked in Discord? I didn't see... Tay, who are you in Discord? What's your character's name? Or your Discord name, sorry. Because I have read everything in the Discord, but you guys have different names in like on YouTube or Twitch or whatever than your character name or your Discord name, so I don't know sometimes who is who, you know what I mean? Also, feel free guys to like at me if there's like something specific in Discord you want me to look at, because sometimes if I'm like, don't see the Discord for 12 hours, a bunch of messages have gone and I just missed something. I just didn't see it. You're Tay in Discord? Let me look you up. Oh yeah, I see you. Let me look. I'll look at like your gear for Broodlord. That's probably a fight you're using like normal gear, right? Yeah, damn, dude, you're stacked. Mishandare, you have the Hit Necklace, Burial Shawl, which is a really, really, really good alternative from 5-mans. You have Bloodvine Set, Man Igniting Cord, Bracers and Gloves. Ideally, you replace those, but that's like really probably your worst pieces, right? Then you have the 2 ZG rings, Hero Charm and Tier, Cloak of Consumption, Staff of Dom. Dude, yeah, you're stacked. Your gear's great, man. I'm jealous that you got the cloak. We've seen one of those drop. I lost it. I lost the roll. We're DKP and you get a lot of hate. Yeah, DKP is kind of tough, man. I don't like DKP as a loot system. It's very, I don't know. There's a lot of downsides to DKP. And it rewards people from being like really diehard players that are sort of playing all the time. But it also doesn't incentivize like newer players. Like if you have to bring in new raiders, they're super behind on DKP. Like there's all kinds of like issues with it potentially. How could he possibly be mad if I beat him? So as a mage, got mad that I won the ring. Dude, Loopy is so trigger happy. He just, as soon as he sees an alliance, he's like, nope, I'm killing him. I'm killing him. Yeah, so he was mad. So I get how he's frustrated, but he was mad that I already had this ring. He was mad that I was replacing the hit ring with this ring. Which it doesn't really matter because obviously he doesn't really understand itemization or anything, or just didn't give a shit. But obviously 1% hit is massive, especially on a ring that the spell power difference is like 7. And then you're comparing 10 int, 10 stam to 9 MP5, which means the fight has to last 90 seconds for me to gain enough value from that NP5 to just catch up to the 10 int. A minute and a half fight. And like 85% of the fights that exist in the game right now are faster than that. Probably even more than that. It's probably like 90% of the fights. So almost always the other ring is going to be better, and spell hit for every class sims at least a 10, 12, 15 spell power equivalent. So no matter how you look at it, the ring that I won, the blue ring, is better. It's better itemized overall for DPS than what I have. He was just mad that it was like a bigger upgrade for him. I'm like, dude, it's a pug. Like, what the fuck do you want? Let's get out of here. But and we beat him in DPS and he was a mage, so it also felt good too. It's like, yeah, sit down. Get out of my grill, dude. Get out of my grill. Yeah, I don't switch out much. Yeah, I haven't seen the bracers or the shoulders ever, dude. We've gotten, I think, 5 Mantle of the Blackwing Cabal. Maybe not that many. 4 of them. And we've gotten 4 or 5 Bracers of Arcane Accuracy. Literally this last week when we rolled on the Mantle of the Blackwing Cabal, I think it was me and I think 2 other people rolled. Everyone's already got them, or everyone's got like tier gear. Like everyone's either like full tier 2 or they've already gotten them. It's like there's not that much competition anymore. Which the same kind of thing happened to me itemizing in Molten Core. Like towards the end of Molten Core, I had like one night I got like 3 upgrades. Like because everyone already had them, I just, I didn't get them all. Hey Loopy, what are you doing?
Guy hasn't released his fear. Felt it.
I do like a full lap around the camp and then I just come back around the corner and you're just sitting there teabagging a little gnome by the fire.
I did a full lap with you and I came back, you
You got the claw and hex. The hex hood, is that what you mean? Claw, so you got Claw Chromagus, which is great. That's a really good weapon. It's very, very close to Locomere. Like, Locomere is better for sure. Claw is very, very close. I was planning on me trying to get Claw. Because I was like, no, Locomere is going to be, like, too hard. I'm fine with, like, passing on that and letting our shamans get it or whatever. Like, I'll be content with getting Claw Chromagus. We've seen 3 Locomeres drop, and we have not seen a single Claw of Chromagus drop. Really weird, dude. It's the way stuff has dropped, like items that we've gotten so far. It's very weird the way it's all worked out for us so far. I'm glad we're getting some people on Twitch, man. The Twitch is coming back to life, man. It's been a while since we've been using Twitch.
That rep grind that you love so much. Yep.
Yeah, I figured I was better off taking Claw, and we haven't seen Lock drop. I mean, Claw's great, dude. Claw's a really good weapon. The difference between the two, like, one is better than the other, but it's not massive. It's not like you're going to be doing 25% more DPS with Locomere or anything like that. And it's like one thing to even see the stuff drop, but it's another thing to if you're DKP to win it and have like the points or whatever to spend on it. I mean, there's a lot of variables. So if you're able to get some kind of really good solid upgrade, you should always take it. I get annoyed with that with people in our raid. Like, people will have very obvious upgrades, but they like don't want to take it because they kind of want to save their +1. Like, it's like, dude, just take it. It's an upgrade. Like, we could have 5 more weeks until we get something else that you need. Like, just take what you can get when it's up. Like, if you need it, you need it. There are 2 shamans ahead of you in DKP. Yeah, I feel that, man. Fitch with another 200, man. Thanks so much, man. You're killing it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, you had the offhand already. You have the AV offhand? Do you want to see a screenshot of the 8 times Druid? Yeah, man. I don't know how Twitch chat works. Like, I don't know if it lets you link in that, but you should definitely link it in the Druid Discord, the Moon King's Discord. Link it there. Link it like in general. Yeah, general is probably pretty. That's like a general thing, right? Trying to think of some other, if you guys think of any other good like channels for the Discord that you guys want, let me know. I added weak auras today, which I plan on throwing my weak auras up there. You know what I might can do is just literally copy paste my weak auras.
Alright, Jay, let me know when you're ready.
Ready. R.
I could probably do that, right?
Man, it's Valorant.
Oh, you have bag of whammies, dude. Get out of here. So jealous.
I'd like to get Jay up a little bit so then we can all just play ranked together.
They're all playing Valorant. And you guys get the Valorant keys? I haven't gotten any. I'm also not very good at first-person shooters. Those are like that's not my genre of game that I'm good at.
My spirits will be defeated, and if we win, I'll go out on a high note. You know. So either way, after this one, I'm down for some worms. Some Norman Bates.
Why do we always get fucking Haven too? That's how we played today. You say Norman Bates.
I can do some of these littler summons if the stone's up, Connor.
Okay.
It looks like these guys just killed it.
Yeah, I know who that is, but like, what was the context?
I said we're playing normals, and I just said Norman Bates afterwards because.
Tim, I don't think that does anything, does it? If you type !Discord, I don't think it does anything. I don't have one of those set up, I don't think. It's the Discord link down below, though. There's like a hyperlink down below. If you just hit the Discord button, it should open up. Yeah, you could definitely just copy paste your weak auras into the channel. Yeah, I might do that. That might be, I feel like that's easier. Like the same with the Excel thing, like upload the Excel to it. Then it's like all that stuff is in one spot rather than being like, oh yeah, go to this paste bin or go to this Dropbox link or whatever. I feel like the Discord's a really good way to share all that stuff in the same spot to make it easy, like more accessible to everyone. I need to figure that stuff out, guys. I need help figuring out the whole like exclamation point talents. I need to mess with all that. We're getting it ironed out. We're getting it ironed out. Slowly but surely. Just come loopy shit from him. Noob. Are you guys working on this grind, this Cenarian grind? We're pretty close, dude. We're 80, what does that say? 8,500 into 12,000. So we're close. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5 bars. It got me. I always read these guys because they attack so fast that they're super annoying. And then I Wrath, and then I start casting Starfire so that the root doesn't break because of the travel time. All right, let's throw on a set here. Ah, dude, I hate the rock guys. Yes. Oh my God. You posted up in Discord? Check it out. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll pull it up in 1 second. Dude, this is so ridiculous. Here. So so how does this even work? You have, this is the screen that you're actually like playing on, and then these are all the things that are like linked to it, and you just have all of the keybinds are all like bound to the same shit. So you just like push a button and they do all different like kinds of like formations and stuff. It's like it's a Druid army, dude. That's so funny, man. I'm really excited to see all of that stuff like later on, like running multi-boxer Druid, like especially balanced Druid, dude. If you were 8 Moonkins, dude, that there's so much funny stuff you could do with that setup. It'd be hilarious. Produce Moonfire on one and all the target Moonfire at the same time instantly. That's insane, dude. Full balance spec. Can't wait for Moonkin form, dude. That would be so fun. Dude, even like having like all the hurricanes at the same time, like there's so many scenarios. I'm just thinking like so many scenarios you could do some pretty funny stuff with that. I have another summon. I'm just gonna post up by this. I think this guy's waiting. We'll be nice. We'll let him get the stone. We'll go to this one. Yeah, Rid, I've gotten a few of those actually from the coffer runs.
So do you think, is it worth 7 gold or 17?
It's like 7. A lot of that stuff's way cheaper now.
Those are the 2 answers I got.
Yeah, most of all the blues out of the coffer runs are like 10 gold or less. At level 31, I killed my first 60. Dude, I'd be so mad if I was running around in a level 31 multi-boxer. It fucked me up.
I think it's still just
That's so funny.
Austin and I.
Yeah, it's literally everybody that I know.
What do you say that doing coffer runs?
Yeah.
It feels like there's literally no one else there doing coffer runs. Like I never see other people, like I never see other like druids out there by themselves or anything like that. Which is good. I mean, it's like less competition for buying the keys. We're just getting like screaming deals on the keys.
Yeah. Austin's already mad enough when I buy keys.
Yeah, dude. Could you imagine if there was more than one other person buying keys for me? Away from me? I don't know, dude. I have so many keys now, though. It's like I need to use them.
Dude, after that batch you were just telling me you snatched up, like,
So much, dude. That's literally like... It's basically like I made a gold for every one of those that I bought. Just by being able to buy them for 1 silver. Yeah, once I get Hurricane, I believe I can go into an instance 5 times Booming Bark, skin a Hurricane, and do wicked big pulls. Yeah, you definitely could. That would make sense. I can also alternate Tranquility too. Yeah, you could have one of them linked to doing Barkskin Trank. Someone kill the Prophet? Where's the Prophet? Yeah, I can see that being really fun. I'm curious to see, dude. Hopefully you can like get in a guild or raid multi-boxing balance druids. I feel like that'd be awesome. Like if you were able to get 5 balance druids all like decent geared. Dude, what about this idea? I don't know if this works for multi-boxing. Could you literally do 5 times coffer runs? Could you have all of your tunes in, not in a group, all zone in, and you start from the same spot, and they all move as if you are playing one account, and be able to do like 8 simultaneous coffer key runs?
protection potion, 3 minutes.
Does multi-boxing work like that?
You pop a magic resistance potion like a minute before pulling, and then 1 minute in you can pop another greater fire protection potion and still have the resistance.
Yeah, for example, they can stealth to the end of ZF and pull the entire instance, and 5 times Boomkin Hurricane. Yeah, I mean, I could see that being a thing, dude.
Be a longer.
It'll be awesome, man. Let us know, like, share with the community if you actually,
Yes.
any of that stuff that you test out. I would love to know how that stuff works out. Multi-boxing has always been interesting to me. I've never really tried to deal with it. Connor, I'm pulling one of these guys. The little Tempest guys.
I'm reading this off of Austin's Discord.
What's that?
This guy's potion popping plan, as it were, for fire.
Oh, I didn't. I haven't looked at the Discord in a little bit. Does Innervate stack if you cast on the same target? That's a good question. I actually don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think it would.
Bang, bang.
I don't think it would. But it could. I mean, we'd have to test that. I don't know that for sure. Tranquility does stack, so like the heal of Tranquility stacks on each ally.
You gonna invite him?
So it's like a shitload of
¿Por qué?
Austin.
just a shitload of group AoE healing. With how coffer runs are pretty stacked, I think it's possibly possible. But there's better gold to be made with the entire instance, something just AoEing stuff down. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you make more money just running dungeons by yourself. Be curious to see how Gorshak farming will go with that group. I'd imagine it'd be pretty similar, right? You have four druids, Barkskin Hurricane, and then one Barkskin Trank. But you'd have to like wait a minute in between each pull. Which I can't remember if that would be. I feel like that still would be fine, but who knows? You have 2 times Pally, tank and a healer, and a 3 times mage group, and I can do 30 plus elites in BRD in about 4 seconds. Jesus, dude. That's nuts. The gold's ridiculous. We have a multi-boxer actually in our guild who does strat live for like the orbs, and he just farms a ton of those righteous orbs like crazy. I think druids have more potential to do the unique things they can do in stealth up to bosses and huge AoE pulls. Yeah, man, it'd be really interesting. I'm really curious to hear what you learn, what you figure out. That's awesome. It does. I'm assuming you're talking about the Innervate does stack. Some insta-kill a warrior earlier. The reason I have 8 characters versus 5 or 10 is because Blizzard specifically allows 8 WoW accounts per Battle.net account. Huh. I didn't know that. That's interesting. So it's like their way of being like, okay, this is what's actually acceptable. Feral charged him, then popped out, and then moonfired all at once. Yeah, Innervate stack. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. That way I can have our Resto Druid Innervate me on longer fights. So that's good.
No. You're not taking my Innervate.
I'll just have agility Innervate me.
He only ever innervates himself.
Yeah, exactly. You can have 8 multiple WoW accounts, 8 times Moonfire. Generally kill most things in one hit. That's so crazy, dude. I mean, even if 8 times Moonfire doesn't kill it, right? 8 times Starfire would. Right? Like 8 times your other like big abilities, or like 8 times Wrath into 8 times Starfire. Like, there's definitely so many combos you can do where you just would pop off, you know, right off the bat. And just be able to, like, insta-kill a bunch of stuff just because of your cast. Just doing so much burst damage. I have a Duke summon. Let's go turn it in just so we have it. I've been trying pre-innervating myself. Don't know how it works out yet. I'm going to start the fight with Insect, Innervate, Moon, then cast Rotation. Yeah, I do that sometimes too. I've done that a couple times where that way, like, I can kind of like do it like pre-pull almost. So I don't have to waste the globals in combat. I think if you're going to use Moonfire towards the beginning of the fight, it's not that bad because you burn through enough of your mana early where you're actually utilizing the ticks at the very beginning. What are we doing? Let's get this. Yeah, it'll, there's definitely something to that, especially on shorter fights, like where you don't really need a full innervate. You don't really need like a mana pot. You just need a little bit of mana like to finish the fight off. So it's a good way to play like farm content stuff for sure. Probably is better too for your overall like DP. Oh, it's Benny. Should we do it, guys? Should we leave Benny? Ah. 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 He spell locked me, that jerk. He can't fear us though.
Yeah, what?
Oh no! They're coming for me! Can we outrun him? No! No! Ah! No! Oh. Oh, he's immune. Oh, see you, Loopy. Oh, you can mind control him. Did it work?
He's immune to it. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'll innovate you. Keep running.
He's immune to fucking fear too. What the hell? This is ridiculous. Oh, now he's on you. Oh, now he's back on me. No, 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 he knocked me down.
So I should attack him? No! No!
How long is he gonna fucking
I know, dude. We're gonna run to a different zone.
What the fuck? He keeps
Oh.
switching. Oh god, I think I'm actually dead here.
I'm leaving you.
He's running after you.
Those last guys tethered. Is this guy really gonna chase me all the way the other end of the map? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Get out of here. Dude. And then he just disappears disappears literally into thin air.
What the fuck?
God, so annoying. You can insect swarm multiple targets at once like Moonfire, or does it stick to one? No, you can have multiple insect swarms up. Yeah, you can have, like, if there's me and like another Resto Druid in the group, we could both insect swarm and it's 2 debuffs. Yeah, so that's why a lot of people, it's like Warlock's another common class for multi-boxing, right? Because they'll, you know, like get 5 corruptions up and 5 Curse of Agonies up all at the same time. So I was thinking of doing this: Insect Swarm, Innervate, Moonkin Form, Moonfire, Wrath, then start Starfire spamming. So you're close. You want to change that a little bit. Am I already honored? We are honored. We're actually close to revered. I'll show you guys. Cenarian. Here. We're 8,500 into honored. So we have 4,000 rep. Also, hold on. I'm gonna get to what I was gonna tell you in 1 second. One thing is they recently hotfixed, guys, the raid, summonable raid bosses or whatever you call them, the lords, the greater stones, now give you 50 rep per kill if you're in a raid group. So you can be in a raid group and you still all get rep. So if you see people doing those, even if you don't need the items, which I'm assuming most of you guys are playing balanced druids, these shoulders are very, very, very good. They drop off of one of the bosses that can spawn, so you should be trying to get these if you can. But in addition to that, you get 50 rep per kill. So a lot of times if you're on a server that has layers, people will do like a whole circuit where they go and they kill all 3 of the graders, they layer over and then come back and kill all 3. So you get 6 of the boss kills. So it's 300 rep in one swoop. That takes probably 45 minutes once you have a full group. So keep an eye out if you guys see people doing those groups, because they are a really good way to get rep. When I first made the video, that was not the case. You did not get rep for killing the big guys, which is why I didn't mention it. They just recently hotfixed that, and that was some kind of issue that wasn't supposed to be happening like that. Now you do get rep. So you guys on here now will have a leg up on everyone else that's watched that video, because I did not mention that because that wasn't the case when I made the video. But can you insect swarm multiple targets at once? Yeah, you can yeah, so like, here, look, I'll show you. So Moonfire this guy, Moonfire this guy, we'll insect swarm him, we'll insect swarm him. So you see this guy, they both have insect swarm, they both have Moonfire. So you could run around with your like group of multi-boxers and just like tab dot everything basically. And technically we're just gonna kill him. Perfectly timed duo death. Okay, so Tay, to your point, that opener, that whole combination is good. I don't know that I would necessarily use Insect Swarm, but you could at the beginning if you want to, assuming you have the debuff slot for it. But what you want to do is you want to cast Wrath first and then follow it with a Moonfire. Because if you cast Moonfire first and it crits, that Wrath that you cast is going to consume your Nature's Grace proc. So you want to cast Wrath first, then Moonfire, because if either your Wrath or your Nature's Grace proc crits, you're not going to consume the Nature's Grace proc, and then your next Starfire will be 1/2 a second quicker. That makes sense? So if you do it the other way around, if your Moonfire crits, your Wrath cast is going to be a 1 second cast, and you're still going to have to wait for the global cooldown. So you don't actually gain any DPS by doing that. Whereas if you Wrath first and then Moonfire, and either of those crit, you then have Nature's Grace for your first Starfire in that combination. Let me know if that makes sense, but that's going to be like my opener that I'm going to use. I can show you guys actually on this boss. So let's pretend this is Ragnaros. Ragnaros Mini. We're going to get aggro here as soon as he pulls, but we're going to go Wrath, and then I'm going to toe up into Moonfire, and then we're going to Starfire off of that. So potentially I had the Wrath and the Moonfire to potentially be able to bait out a Nature Grace proc in the opener. And then I would basically Starfire, and then I would snapshot this last second of Toep with one more Moonfire. So we have 2 basically empowered Moonfires. Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
just yell at someone earlier for doing that?
Yeah.
That noob.
Fitch, get these awesome bracers. Yeah, so Fitch, those Z Blink, those Rock Fury bracers are technically our best in slot bracers for basically the entire game. And those require you to be revered with Cenarian Circle, which is kind of part of why I'm doing this. There's also some other stuff too. And there's a lot of recipes and stuff, but those bracers are a surefire way for you to get one of your best in slot pieces outside a raid. So between that and Bloodvine, you have 5% hit, all from gear that you don't need to be in a raid to do. So what's a good way to farm CC rep? Just do the bosses? Yeah, so you want to be in a group in these camps of 5 people. You want to be in a party, okay? So you don't want to be in a raid for this. Because if you're in a raid, you have to individually tag each mob to share rep and getting the kill. If you're in a party, you get rep just for being in a party with someone else that gets the kill. So this hunter can go kill shit over here, and I can go kill shit over here, and I get rep for his kills. So you have 5 people doing that in one camp, and you end up getting a lot of rep just passively from everyone just killing stuff. Then you want to save all the quests, and you want to save all of these outfits until you get honored. Then once you get honored, then you start using these outfits to summon the little bosses from the stones. And if you're in a group with other people summoning these bosses, this is a good way to get some extra rep because you get 5 rep from the little stones, the little mini bosses that those spawn. Then you get 25 rep from these stones right here. And then you get 50 rep from the big stones once you kill those bosses. So you don't want to use your mats to summon those bosses, but there might be other people out that are already honored, and that's what they need to do. And it's a good way for you to get additional rep while doing this. Like that, and then you're also getting a single rep for every one of these kills in a party, so it's actually pretty quick. You can knock it out. If you're in a full like 5-man group and you have a place to yourself, it's probably 10-ish, maybe 20 hours of farming altogether. I think probably if you add it all up as a druid, since we're starting from friendly already. Zeeb with the prime. Dude, thanks, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you. Here, I got a little one. Here. Well, I wanted to do it that way because I'd be out of Moonkin form at the time, so you can cast it. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. I get why you would be out of Moonkin form. So, so it depends on the timing because Insect Swarm is instant, right? So if you're already in combat, you should really already be casting something else in that situation, Tay. Like, if it's a shorter range, right? So you're gonna have to be pretty close to the target. So presumably, like let me try and, I'm not gonna articulate this well, so let me try and find like an example to show you. We'll just use this dead guy as an example, right? Say that this is the range that I'm at right here, is my fairy fire, my moonfire, all of that stuff. I can stay at this range and open with Innervate and do all of that stuff and then shift into Moonkin form and then start my casts. But if I have to Insect Swarm first, I'm going to have to run up and I'm going to have to do this. And if it's not already in combat, I'm either going to rip aggro or get threat initially, or he needs to be in combat, at which point you're kind of getting yourself a little close, which some fights that might be okay, but I don't think the damage from it is worth that time because you're going to have to run up with the tank pulling to do that. I think it's better as the tank is running in to pull. You use the first 2 globals, which gives the tank 3 seconds to start generating threat. Then you have the next global being your Wrath cast, which is another 1.5 seconds. That has a travel time, so that's still not going to rip threat. Then you Moonfire, and that's your first damage on the target. So that buys you basically like a 5-second opener before you're actually attacking the target, allowing you to basically pre-cast all of that stuff and not rip aggro. Because you don't want to do it if you're going to rip aggro, right? Because you're just going to die or you're going to look stupid. You're going to be embarrassed in front of all of your internet friends. You don't want to do that. So my point is, you could do that maybe like in a 5-man dungeon or something. That might be a little more feasible. But what I'm saying is, if you precast the Innervate, like you're saying, then cast Moonkin, then cast Wrath, that whole time you can basically do this as the tank's charging or going and setting up or whatever. Whereas if you open up with Insect Swarm, that's an immediate application of damage, which means that you have to be already fighting the boss. That makes sense? Am I explaining that well? It's kind of hard to try and show you that, not in like a raid scenario, because I'm kind of thinking of it from like a raid situation in my head. The Wrath's not to proc Grace, it's to dump mana. No, I get that. I understand that too, but... So there's the dumping mana, and then there's like ripping aggro off of the tank. Because if you open up with a Moonfire as he's connecting, there's a good chance you pull aggro. If that crits and does 600 damage, and all he's gotten is 1 auto attack off, you're gonna die. You know what I mean? It's gonna mess everything up. So you're kind of like walking a fine line between your spending mana, dealing damage, not pulling threat because of the way your damage is hitting in that opener. If you could pull it off, that idea makes sense. I think what's more realistic though is Innervate, Moonkin, Wrath, Moonfire into Starfire spam. And then that first Moonfire, you would ideally toe up and do that first Moonfire, then go into your Starfire spam, snapshot the last Moonfire at the end of toe up. Then if you had Zandalari Hero Charm, pop Hero Charm then, and I think you'll be chilling. I think that's for right now. What my plan is to try and test out here. I don't know if I'll do the precast Innervate or not, but that's not a bad idea. I can definitely try that, test that out. That's it. I mean, I've done that a couple times when I didn't have time to drink before the fight, like people pulling them at like 80% mana. So I know it works because I've had to do it, but I haven't done it intentionally. I've done it when I like just didn't have enough time to get mana. Yeah, I'm saying Wrath then Moonfire because otherwise if you Moonfire first, your Wrath unintentionally you're going to consume the Nature's Grace proc, which you don't need because it's not in Nature's Grace doesn't increase the DPS of Wrath because you still have a global cooldown of 1.5 seconds. Whether it takes you a second to cast or it takes you a second and a half, it doesn't change the output. You still have to wait a second and a half before you can cast your next spell anyway. So you basically would just be wasting that Nature Grace proc. So it'll be more damage between that combination to do Wrath first, then Moonfire, then Starfire. Gives you the highest chance of having Nature's Grace for the actual Starfire, which is that's what you want. That's the only time it's actually giving you increased damage. God damn it. Oh, that guy's on our group. It's like these guys keep tagging my shit. Okay, we need one more chess piece for a summon. I have so many in the bank. But then we can get a second Duke. We need a warrior. Thank you, Loopy. Do I think 8 druids could kill the medium bosses? Yeah, or are they all balanced? Dude, 8 druids can do a lot of things in this game, dude. Like, if you spec stuff a certain way, if you had one of them Feral, one of them Resto, and the rest of them balance, like... Loopy, I'm going to go turn this other one in for one more of the Duke summons, and we just need to try and find a warrior. I must have a lot of delay in my stream. I don't think I actually have that much delay in the stream, but I kind of go off on tangents. Like your messages pop up quick, but I'm like spending more time answering someone or talking about something than I am like just responding quickly, if that makes sense. But yeah, I mean, you could do a lot of stuff. If you had one of them spec like Bear Tank and you had one spec Resto. Sorry, B Monkey OG. Okay, so we got this stuff. Takes too much time to cast it in the middle, I think. I like the idea of doing it while setting everything up. What's that, innervate? You mean like casting it in the middle of like combat? It's definitely not ideal, but if you need mana, you need mana. You know what I mean? Actually, I'm going to disenchant these. I don't know why I'm vendoring these. That was stupid. Dude, you get so much cloth from doing this farm. Okay, let's oh, see guys, I need to get good. See, I need to, oops, I didn't mean to do that. See, I need to get used to swapping this when we're doing mail and stuff so you guys can see what I'm doing. It's not all cut off. Okay, let's grab some more of these sets. I have a feeling we're going to literally just have no shoulders. Oh, nice. We have some. Okay, that's good for now. We really need a warrior. CC rep is gained by running AQ. There's no need to farm it. So you'll get scenario and circle rep, but I believe you only get it from AQ 20, Barbs. I could be wrong, but I think you only get it from AQ 20, in which case you definitely can do that to farm. There's not that much stuff that I need out of AQ 20. So I don't want to have to run AQ 20 35 times just for a scenario rep, you know what I mean? There's going to be other stuff I'm going to want to do in phase 5, and like I'm going to do AQ 20 some, but I don't want to be stuck at my rep being contingent of running AQ 20. It's like getting Rock Fury Bracers at the beginning of phase 5 versus 6 weeks into phase 5. Like, I mean, both are fine. There's nothing wrong with either one. There's not much going on in Classic right now as far as like things to spend time doing. So I'd rather kind of be doing this now, getting ready, you know what I mean? Getting prepped. I thought I'd do this because we usually start the fight in movement. So I figured I can cast the instant cast while moving into position. Yeah. Yeah, I totally feel what you're saying. If you're in a close enough spot and you do have the ability to do that where the tank's already pulled or whatever, Insect Swarm is not bad. That's not what I'm saying. But if it's compromising your position or you're having to like spend time running in to get in range to do it, then I don't think it's worth the DPS because it's, you know, time is DPS, however many casts you can get off. But yeah, man, let me know how it goes because I mean, that's a solid idea. I'm definitely going to be trying to lead in with the Wrath Moonfire opener every time. I don't really need these. I kind of need just the big guys. Care to discuss my favorite anime? Barbs, I actually don't watch anime, honestly. I've watched a couple animes, and I actually really like them. Not gonna lie, I actually really like them, but it's just not the kind of like content that I watch normally. You know what I mean? King of the Hill. Does that count? Does that count as anime? I like King of the Hill. But there's a couple, I can't remember what it was because it was such a long time ago. And if I try and describe it to you, I'm just going to sound like an idiot. So I'm not going to even try, but there's a couple animes I've watched over the years that I really liked. I thought they were really good. Dude, look. Tim, this could be you. Tim! Look! They're just casting the wrong spell, but that could be you, dude. Huh. See if we can find a warrior. Oh. I'm pretty sure AQ 40 raises rep. So I think AQ 40 is the fuck, what's it called? Brood? Something brood? Yeah.
That's like Dragonflight.
Loopy's got it. That's it. Brood of Nord. Yeah, that's the one. That's it. I think it's Brood of something like that. Nord or some blah blah blah.
That's the 40 rep.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Leave that group. I'll invite you guys. This other group's like summoning shit. Yeah, Dragon and Tanaris. Yeah, it's the Brood whatever rep is the other rep that I think that's the one that you get from AQ 40, and then I think AQ 20 is Cenarian Circle. I don't think you actually get Cenarian Circle from AQ 20, but I might be wrong. I don't know. Like I've said this before too. Information I'm telling you guys is stuff that I am like also learning simultaneous as like explaining you guys and like teaching you guys or telling you guys what I've learned, because a lot of this stuff I was too young to really know or do back when this originally was out. So like Cenarian Circle, like my main back in the day had zero reputation with Cenarian Circle. I had no idea about any of that stuff until recently when we just like researched it. So plenty of this stuff I could be incorrect. So if you guys know what rep it is or any stuff like that, like there's a good chance that I can misquote stuff or say something incorrectly because I haven't done this stuff before the content. Did you guys see that? That was Zan's way of getting invited. He just stand in front of me and just do this over and over and over again. Same here. I was like 14 when I started vanilla. I mean, me too. I'm 30 now. I just turned 30. 15 years ago, I was 15 years old. I was a 15-year-old idiot running around playing WoW even more terribly than I play it now. I had literally no idea what I was doing. I had a level 55 warrior. His name was Treant. Like a balanced druid's tree that he summons, Treant. Why that was the name I picked, I think it was a randomized name. why I went with it. Maybe it was, this is foreshadowing, dude. That's 15 years of foreshadowing. My first character was the minion of my future main 15 years out. I never thought about that. That's some sci-fi shit right there. Treant the Warrior. Crazy stuff, man. 15-year-olds are so much better now than I was back in the day. I know, dude, gaming in general is just, oh shit. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, we got the cursor shot. Okay, here we go. Full opener. Toep. Moonfire. We didn't get any crits off there in the opener. 3. One more. Is he in range? 4. Nice. And we snapshot the last one. Ah. I don't want this Avenger to get on me. Shit. But I think that's the combo, guys. I think that's going to be... That with world buffs is going to be... beastly. Are you fucking kidding me? It's bound, dude. Yeah, give me 5 gold, asshole. Fuck it. Let's kick him out. Idiot. So annoying when people do that shit. Like, you got a message about it being fucking soulbound. Fucking asshole, dude. You've been a great resource for my friend who's brand new to Classic and dead set on Moonkin. Thanks a ton. Dude, I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad that your friend that is brand new to WoW has decided to play Moonkin. That's even cooler than any of the content. That's sick, man. That's awesome. I'm glad he's finding it helpful. He or she. Boomkin is kind of weak until you get their Librum, their big cast by 18%. Weren't we talking about this earlier? Isn't the Librum Moonfire damage increased? All right, let's look that up. Oh, I hit the wrong button. What the fuck is that? All right, so you guys say it drops in Dire Maul? Okay, here. What? Is there like another one of these in the other Dire Maul? Dire Maul West? No. It's 18% damage increase, but isn't it on Moonfire? King of the Hill quote, you're not ignorant. Will sell for a lot on the auction house. Yeah, they're slow cast. Well, the slow cast is Starfall. Is Starfire. I thought that the idol was 18% increased damage on Moonfire. I might be wrong though. Someone was just talking about it earlier in chat, and I don't know for sure. Flump, what's up, man? How you doing? How's it going? Happy Saturday. Or you're on the other side of the world. It might be Sunday where you are. I don't know. I have another Duke summon. Okay, look, we're gonna try our combo. Innervate. Wrath. See, so I think that gives you enough of a lead. You're close. You're wasting a little bit of mana right now. Like right there, we missed probably a tick. But it saves you from having to use the cooldown like while we're casting, you know what I mean? Or the global while we're mid-fight. Good, it's 4 a.m. on Sunday here. What's the 18% we're talking about? So there's in phase, I believe it's in phase 5, the idols or like the relics or whatever come out. The relics for these slots. And there's one that someone earlier was talking about, said it was 18% bonus damage to Moonfire. But Barbs is on YouTube watching and was saying that they thought it was 18% bonus damage to Starfire, which sounds like it would be OP. So I think it's Moonfire, but I don't know for sure because I haven't seen the idol. We were talking about it earlier. Someone was bringing it up in chat. Okay, guys. So feedback. So we have this right now. We're on ultra wide setup for you guys as far as viewing goes. Do you like this more than this setup? Or do you like them, are they just different? Like this is normal 16:9, right? And this is more kind of clean and consolidated. and I can always just move like my party frames over so that they're in the screen, which is what I usually do. This is the setup that I usually do. But since we just got our overlay stuff done, we have the ability to go back out to ultra wide so that you guys are able to see like quest text and stuff like that. Feedback. I think both are just as good. Yeah, I think that I like them both too. I think I'll end up using both of them for different scenarios. New setup's dope. Hey, thanks, Kay. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it, dude. There's some cool like, dude. Fiverr is an amazing resource because you can find a lot of stuff on there that's not super expensive, and it's like, by the time you do the math of like how much time it would take you to do some of this stuff, whereas these people are doing this kind of stuff all the time and are really, really good at it. Normal's good since there's no borders. Yeah, I agree with that. The ultra wide's cool in certain kind of like cinematic situations, right? When like you're in really cool, like when you want to really see like everything, because it allows you guys to see the full screen, and you legitimately do see more on the screen playing ultra wide. Like it's additional viewing area that you actually have. The new one being this ultra, you like the ultra wide version more than the normal, you think? We also have, I'm not ending the stream, but I'm going to show you guys because I'm really hyped on these. I have to switch them, but we have our thanks for watching. It's animated, pretty clean, right? I like this. We have the stream starting soon, which is basically the same thing, which is different words. Then we also have the intermission, which this will be cool, and the chat pops up. So when we wipe on Neff and we have to sit here for 15 minutes and come up with shit to talk about, that's when we'll use this screen. Oh, we forgot to do our combo. The other thing I like about this combo of doing this is that before, you like it good quality too. Yeah, man, the guy did a great job. Like I like all of the artwork stuff that he did. It's all like clean, and it's like the animation is cool. It's not too much though. What the fuck? Guys, we need to find some other copyright-free music. Does anyone have any playlists that are legitimately copyright-free music? Somewhere we can... I know it's not... Because I found a lot of playlists and they say they're copyright-free, and then I have them playing in the background, and then the video gets like muted or like demonetized because of copyright infringement. So they're just like making stuff up. Isn't Warcraft music okay to use? Like in-game music? Is there actually music here? I always have my music off. Oh, it's PvP. Oh, it's just one guy? Two guys? Dude, there's no music in Silithus. It's just all ambience noise. Can turn the music off for a while. Dude, that like lo-fi stuff, I get sleepy listening to it, dude. I can't listen to it for that long. Wears me out. Just the soundtrack in general. I guess I could like try and find some Warcraft soundtrack. Slipknot album. I don't think I'll have any Slipknot playing in the background anytime soon. It's like I don't really even have a preference that much on what music it is, but like I just want upbeat music that's not gonna have copyright issues. Because it's such a pain because they just randomly mute parts of your video. Like makes it really brutal because I don't know if a lot of the VODs or whatever, I don't go back and watch them after. So if it gets muted or something, unless I go through like the video settings and try and figure out where the issue is, I don't have any idea. I never know. So something could be muted and I just have literally no idea. So it's like the copyright free thing is kind of a big deal. I'm gonna send this little guy. Nearly died instantly. Can get another Duke. So in this one. Go through. Oh. Dude, that's actually kind of good. Do you see this, Loopy?
Yeah, it's good for a two-hander. Just gives so much fucking strength.
OP Feral Weapon. Ah, bah, dude. Major mana pot. Should I go get I'm gonna go get another set out of the bank, out of the mail. Real quick.
Dude, give it.
Fitch with another 200 bits. Dude, you're crazy. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Making my day, man. All right, let's see if we need to bind the ultra wide at some point here. Because I don't have a way of filtering to that in this. Just two more, just in case. Oh, shit. I do need to see that transition uses a ton of my CPU for some reason. You'd think it wouldn't be that, like, graphically intensive, but it is. Hopefully they don't summon him yet. High animated transitions tend to do that, yeah. The other one I had did not do that, but This one, it's like making my frames drop a little bit. I mean, it's not like you're transitioning a bunch during the middle of playing, right? It's not that big a deal, but I just notice it it makes my frames drop. I also need to see, I think I probably have some of my settings are not optimized very well on, I don't know, on OBS or... Easy, Mac. Rooted, bitch. See ya, little midget. See ya. Murderer. If I see a gnome, I'm going, dude. I didn't find the Eidolon Atlas loot, but it's Moonfire, 17% base damage. I think it doesn't scale. That's actually, though, still really high because... So I went over this in that Moonkin Masterclass thing I did today. Moonfire's base damage is actually really high. Like, really high. Moonfire's base damage is like 700 or something. It's pretty insane how high the base damage is on all of it. What's it called? I'm going to look it up right now so we can see it. Moonfire Idol Classic. Wow. Idol of the Moon. Captain Crunch with the tier 1. Hey, what's up with it? Hey, thanks, Loopy.
I forgot you're actually streaming on Twitch now.
Captain Crunch says Loopy. Okay, let's see. Is this showing up for you guys? Let me show you. So let's look this up. So this is the Idol. Idol of the Moon. Damage of Moonfire by 17%. It's an 8% chance to drop off of these elites and rare spot. Jesus, dude, it's gonna be so brutal. Who is this? Is this a boss? It's an 8% chance to drop off of a boss. Hopefully, if that's in a raid, then if we get that in a raid, then I'm not worried about it because I'll be able to get it. Just got one from a thorium lockbox. Huh. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I mean, that's obviously the one I'm going to be trying to get once those come available because that's the only one that's relevant to our DPS. And it will be a straight up DPS increase for us, so. Yeah, at least if it drops in raid or something, I'll definitely have prio on it. For sure. Okay, we're running south. Can you run all the way up over this hill? Oh, dude, I never knew that. Every time we've been going this way, I've been running down there, like around. What? Oh. I didn't know you could cut this. I go this way. Dude, that's OP. I didn't know you could do that. I always went this way, then I ran all the way around this way, and then ran all the way back. Your English is cracky? What does that mean? Is this guy her thing for real?
What a loser.
Didn't even make sense. Cracky, you mean bad? It's all good. World Star, yeah. So, so Fitch, if you're new, our guild is World Star. That's like our guild name. So look, let me find Loopy. So Loopy right here, you see, so on my tooltip on the bottom right, it shows people's guild name. So our guild is World Star. So like on our server, whenever we're running around doing stuff, like the whole guild, everyone has World Star like /yell macros, and everyone does /train. So you do like the choo-choo emote. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Here, we can turn it up and see. But so everyone's got the same emote. So you run around. See, so it's like everyone's got train emotes. And so we just constantly are like in open world stuff. If something like someone gets a good item, everyone yells World Star. Like if we're running from one raid to another, everyone yells World Star. There's just like different exciting like hype stuff. Everyone just yells World Star. It's super funny. And then people like, there's a lot of people on the server in general. Ooh, dude, those are good. Those are actually really good leggings you got. It's a lucky drop. Those are decent. But there's a ton of people too, like on the server, that will yell World Star at us that aren't in our guild. Like it's like a thing that people recognize, you know, and people have seen us do it and stuff. And so like there'll be times I'm just like standing at Hogomar and someone like runs up to me and just /yells World Star and like runs away. It's super funny. It's a really funny little kind of like thing that's kind of caught on our server. It's pretty hilarious. They sell a leather version on the auction house of those leggings with the same stats. Yeah, so those leggings can drop off of the bosses and they can be itemized like of sorcery or of resto, and then they have like spell crit, and then there's also the of striking shoulders that can drop for like the melee shoulders and the melee legs that are like strength, agility, stam, and then 1% hit or 1% crit depending on which piece it is. Helps with guild loyalty and server notoriety. Dude, the server notoriety thing is for sure a thing, because I mean, some people definitely get annoyed by the whole World Star, like when we yell it and stuff, but I mean, it's like there's more obnoxious things people could /yell, you know what I mean? It's like it's not like we spam it every time we're in org, but it's like when we're like Ani head drops or, you know, all that kind of stuff. It's really fun. It'll be really fun when we're in raids and stuff too. If we get like good drops, everyone starts yelling World Star and stuff. It's pretty hilarious. I feel like guild drama doesn't happen anymore, especially across different guilds. It's all love and leave. I mean, we don't have hardly any guild drama at
Not
all.
like we yell at Storm Prio.
I know, right? Yeah. So there's a server on a guild on our server called Storm that's pretty good. Like they're competitive PvE, and like the way we yell World Star, they yell Storm Prio. Like that's really what you guys came up with. Storm Prio. It's way less cool. It's not funny and it's not cool, so it's just kind of stupid. Like, come up with a better catchphrase. It's like that. What is this, like a movie or commercial? And it's like the guy points at the camera, it's like, catchphrase. It's like, really, guys? That's how creative you guys are?
Most of
Storm
this group
Pride?
awareness from Storm.
Is it? Oh, yeah, easy, dude.
Yeah. Majority.
That's so funny. Did they yell Storm Pride when we yelled World Star?
No.
Oh. That's happened a couple times. Yeah, we don't have really any guild drama at all. Everyone in our guild, everyone's pretty chill. We've had a couple of idiots that have joined our guild, but you just end up like kicking them out. But there's very little drama. I feel like it's good too because the loot system we use helps eliminate any of that. Usually I feel like drama most of the time is from loot. Like most of the time people get pissed about not getting a piece of gear or like missing on a piece of gear. So the fact that our main like structure of our loot system is like a round robin type system, it definitely does have some disadvantages, but it's very fair all things considered. And like when something is fair, like everyone has similar odds of getting loot, like people aren't going to be, bitter or pissed off about loot. So there's not really that much reason for anyone to ever get like mad. But what's up, Auntie? How you doing, man? Good to see you again. We're just chilling. We're killing some dukes, farming some Cenarian rep. We got the new Twitch overlay. Just kind of hanging out. Probably gonna hop off here in a little bit, get some food, and just kick it. We're gonna stream tomorrow night for sure too for raid, but I got this stuff all kind of set up and I wanted to kind of try it out and make sure it was all working, and then we ended up getting a good chunk of people coming to hang out. So went a little longer than I was intending. What are we at right now? Hours wise, how long is it? Oh, I don't even know. Does this should say anywhere? I don't know. But a while. But we got raid tomorrow. We're gonna try out the whole new Moonkin addition to our rotation with the Toep and see how we do performance wise. I'm really excited too also to do MC with 12% hit. I feel like it's gonna just feel so good not missing half of the time. Do you know CD for the Greater Windstones? Yeah, it's 3 hours, Bruno. The raid boss guys, like this one right here that's on cooldown, this is 3 hours. Then these ones I believe are 15 or 20 minutes, and then these ones are 5 minutes. Do you get people still talking shit about druids in your room? Oh yeah, man. You always get people talking shit, but it's, I mean, yeah, I was talking about it earlier. It's like the amount of people that talk shit is probably 1 or 2% compared to like 98. And there's plenty of people that talk shit that's like playful talking shit, where like I don't really count that. It's just like kind of people messing around. But there's probably 1 or 2% of people I interface with that are just bitter. They're just like really pissy about like, oh, you're playing such a stupid spec, and like they're really like aggro about it for some reason. I think most of them probably have Resto Druid mains and they can't respec, like their guild won't let them play balance, so they're really like annoyed. But it's very, the vast majority of people I interface with are like really they're excited that they're like excited to see a balanced druid. Like that's a way more common reaction than someone being like pissy about it. Can you say all of them again? I can write it down. Okay, yeah, sorry. So we have 3 hours for the graders, for these big ones, the raid boss ones. Then the 5-mans are supposedly, these are 15 or 20 minutes. But right now we're getting stuck on a cooldown, so these might even be 30 minutes. I don't know. Usually I don't run around and do these on cooldown because they don't respawn fast enough. And then these little ones are only 5 minutes. So usually what I'll do if I'm farming them is you sit at one camp and just kill the mobs, and you can kill these back and forth and go back and forth to the lessers, and then you just kill this when it pops up every time and stay in one camp. That's like the most effective way if you're just in a small group and like this is uncontested. And then if you're trying to farm the bigger ones, the best way to do this, especially if you have layering, is you go to time when all of them are up, you hit all 3 camps, layer, and then hit all 3 camps back the other way. So you get 6 of the big summons, and you can do that in about an hour. That's the most effective way to actually farm these. These ones are good, but they don't pop up enough to where it like makes sense to run around and do that. You're better off just staying at one camp, but we have like a group of 15 people right now, so it's kind of like a different deal. But you're better off just being in a 5-man group, farming these, like killing the little ones as they summon or spawn, and then kill this one as it spawns. That's like a better, more optimal way of just doing it, because you also need the outfits. You get pages for killing the mobs while you're waiting, so it's not like you're just sitting here just waiting. You're being effective with your time. You can go back on YouTube. I didn't even think about that. That's true. You can like rewind it. I got flamed a few hours ago because I played Boomy. I mean, it's a game, but I don't know. That happens, dude. Andy, it happens. That's happened to me plenty of times. That was your first time, though. I mean, it's not that often. And like I said, I get way more people that are like, dude, no way. Like, your gear's dope, dude. Like, that's so cool you're playing Boomy. Like, I get way more people reacting like that out in the world than people like pissy about it. But there are definitely people that are pissy about it. It's just kind of like part of it. And I mean, it's like, I said this the other day, I was like, how boring would it be if everyone only played like what was completely optimal? Like your whole raid is like warriors and warlocks. Like that's it. Like that wouldn't be fun. Like all the healers are priests. Like that wouldn't be fun. Like it's having the variety to me is what's like, I don't know. Like that's like the cool thing about the whole RPG element of the game. Otherwise everyone's just playing the same shit, rolling for the same gear, like trying to get the same stuff. How many greater windstones are there? There's 3. So there's one here where we're at, right? This one that's down. Then there's one here at this camp by Cenarian Hold, and then there's one in the southwest down here. Those are the only 3 spots where there's stones. So like we'll do a run usually, and we go to we call this middle camp, then we go to the northwest camp, and then we go to south, and then we go up into the hills. We layer swap, kill the other one at south, come back up to middle, and then go back to northwest. That's like the whole kind of like little triangle we do. And it's really good. If you can get like a full raid, the main thing is you just have to have six mats made up to summon, 6 of the greater guys. But okay, this thing's up. Someone started shit talking me in world chat about druids, so just link gear and mages need to shut the dude. It's so, the whole thing about people getting really like pissed off about what someone's playing doesn't really ever make sense to me, but there's plenty of people that are just like really try hard. Someone was saying it in chat the other day though. It was like a great point, is like apes could run 5 balanced druids and it would still be fine. Like that's not the reason that you're gonna be able to clear content or not. Like it's just, if you're prepared, you're flashed, you're fully consumed, you have full world buffs, your guild's killing shit in 40 seconds. Like everyone's individual DPS is not really that much of a factor, right? It's like the fact that you have everyone full consumes, just balls to the walls, doing everything that they can, no matter what spec they're playing, right? What are you guys doing with the Abyssal Scepters? So like right now, everyone's basically just saving them. I don't have any yet because you have to be revered to summon the big guys. So I'm not revered, so I can't actually myself summon these. Me and Zan in our guild, Zan is also pretty high up on the rep. So me or him will hit revered first. of like our guild, and then once we do that, then we can start doing the summoning the lords, and then we'll start putting together like raid groups with our guild and doing it. I'll definitely like make videos or stream that when we do too, because I know a lot of people, this is kind of like a not a very fleshed out topic, and it's kind of a little convoluted. I know people in general kind of have questions on all of this stuff. Okay, Wrath, toe up Moonfire. Oh, god damn it. You ran out of my range. But these still aren't bad reps. What are we at now? 8,800. So it's like, I mean, you're getting 25 rep for every one of those that we're killing. Why are you getting rep anyway? What's the point for casters? So the two big ones is the bracers, the Rock Fury bracers require revered. So at the very least, you want to get revered, because those are our best in slot bracers for like the entirety of the game. Then there's also a ring from Exalted, but I don't know how good the ring is actually going to be. So I don't know that that's really a reason you should try and do it. I'm more trying to get revered than I'm trying to get Exalted, but I think I'll end up getting Exalted anyway and getting the ring. But the ring has 0 stats, like passive stats on it, and the ring has a chance to proc like 132 bonus spell power for 10 seconds. So if you think about it, for us, imagine if you could have that, and then like you have something like Toe Up or Zandalari Hero Charm, and you basically can have these windows of just insane output where like that procs and you're like, okay, I'm gonna proc Toe Up. These guys are having a bad day, dude. I think that's the same guys we've killed like 4 times. The raid gives rep 2, I believe. Yeah, so I think AQ20, I believe, gives Cenarian Circle rep. I believe. I think AQ40 is a different rep. Oh, what? Did I just get one shot? Hey, Loopy! Hey, can you res me? I just got one shot by this demon.
You died from the hunter demon?
Dude, it hit me for I'm not even like that close to it. It hit me for like 8,500 damage.
Yeah. That's the thing that I had to solo on my hunter.
Well, this sucks. Demon for the hunter quest? I gotta make sure I don't run close to him again. But yeah, I think AQ20 gives Cenarian Circle rep. But that's what I was saying earlier. Is like, I don't know how much I'm gonna run that. You know what I mean? Like, I'll run it some,
like
but
a little gnome that's walking around that's called like something to nice. And if you're a hunter on the quest, you talk to him, he turns into that demon.
oh, that makes sense. But I was just saying, I don't know how much I'm gonna run AQ20, especially like to try and get rep from it. Like running ZG for rep is already a grind. Like the fact that I need a bunch of items out of there makes it so it's not that brutal, but I don't want to have to run AQ20 because I need rep. So that's why I'd rather do this kind of stuff. This is more reliable where I can just, you know, you have downtime and you can continually do it rather than having it be contingent on like a raid successfully clearing. You know what I mean? Run it for PvP items and a little gold. Yeah, I mean, AQ40's got a lot of good PvP items, and tier 2.5 is going to be really good for PvP too. We'll see. I still need to go through. That's like one of the next videos is going to be kind of like a phase 4 into phase 5 prep, like what gear to be looking for come phase 5, what gear to try and make sure you're getting as you finish up phase 4. You know, like what pieces are you still going to be using from phase 4 in phase 5, and what pieces are we going to be replacing, so you can kind of prioritize, you know, stuff you're trying to get. I just have to go through like that loot list, and I want to make sure I really like flush it out and account for everything. What are we waiting for? Can we just summon the dude? Is he not here? I really like this new weak aura, dude. It's really clean. I think that'll be really helpful for me kind of like paying attention to procs and stuff. Guys, I think I am gonna hop off probably for the evening. Gonna go grab some food, I think, and just chill. Need to make a couple calls, but I am for sure gonna be streaming tomorrow. We have raid tomorrow. We're gonna be doing Molten Core. Should be pretty quick, like an hour and a half or so. Maybe we'll do some like PvP or something after that. So definitely check that out. Again, if you aren't in the Discord, join the Moon Kings Discord. The link should be down below, whichever platform you're watching on. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, I highly recommend go follow on Twitch, because there are going to be some times I'm going to stream just on Twitch and not on YouTube because of the audio stuff. So if you're on YouTube, follow on Twitch if you're trying to catch any of the streams that I'm streaming not on YouTube. So, but thanks for hanging out, guys. Like always, I really do appreciate it. Thanks to all you new people. Thanks for all the subs. I really, really appreciate it, guys. I had a good time. Glad we hopped on here for a couple hours. Glad people like the new stream overlay, because I'm really hyped on it. I'm super excited about that. Your weak auras look really cool. We definitely need it. Yeah, I'll work on that tonight. I'll try and put the weak auras and get the macro channel and all that stuff kind of all set up so that we can start using that, and I can kind of share stuff with you guys via those. So, but on that note, guys, I'm gonna head out. Thanks so much for hanging out. I do appreciate it, and I'll catch you guys hopefully tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow, 5:30-ish p.m. Pacific. If you want to come hang out and catch Molten Core, 5:30 Pacific tomorrow. See you guys.